Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see so many new faces here. As always, we begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're willing and able, please stand and join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll go ahead and note for the record that all members of council are present and accounted for. Also make one quick announcement, and for those of you that were looking at the agenda, there was an item V-22-16/133 Cumming Street. That item has been deferred by the applicant to a future city council meeting, so we won't be hearing it tonight if you were here for that item. First part of our agenda this evening will be the appointment of municipal court judges. So if Judge Will, Mr. Bendel, will be prepared to come forward, I'd appreciate that very much.
And Mr. Mayor, the first item is for their employment agreements to be approved or heard.
Thank you. I had the oaths in front of me and was moving straight to that part.
The excitement, I know.
Ms. Eswine, do you mind handling this presentation?
Not one bit. So Mayor and Council, you have two items, and I'll handle them one at a time, and then y'all can vote on them. The first is for David C. Will's appointment as the judge for the Municipal Court of the City of Alpharetta. You have an employment agreement that sets forth the terms and conditions of his employment. He's going to be paid on a per-session basis, and the agreement basically outlines his judicial discretion and autonomy as an officer of the court, and just lays out the terms of his employment per the charter and our ordinance. So with that, that is for the chief judge. And then we also have under item B, Jamie Bendel's employment agreement as substitute judge. So under the charter and code, the city council is required to appoint who is to stand in if the chief municipal judge is unavailable to take up a session, is out of commission for whatever reason. And so this employment agreement represents council's appointment and approval of the substitute judge in Jamie Bendel, and the terms and conditions of his employment are set forth pretty similarly to the chief judge.
Thank you, Ms. Eswine. Does anyone on council have a question for Ms. Eswine? Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards on that item?
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not.
However, if anyone would like to come forward and speak on these employment contracts for the municipal judges, now is your chance to do so. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Mr. Mayor, make a motion to approve the employment agreement by and between the City of Alpharetta, Georgia, and David C. Will as municipal court judge. Am I supposed to do both of these?
We'll do them separately.
Okay.
Vote on them separately. Thank you for asking. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilman Will, a second by Councilman Mitchell, and that was to approve the employment agreement as outlined by Councilman Will and Ms. Eswine. Any discussion? Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
All those in favor, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it is unanimous. If you don't mind, we'll take up the second issue so I can give the oaths both at the same time without having to come back and forth. So, do we have any discussion public cards?
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. However, if anyone would like to come forward, speak on the employment contract from Judge Bendel, now's your chance. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the employment agreement by and between the City of Alpharetta, Georgia, and Jamie Bendel as substitute municipal judge.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Will. Let's say Councilman Hides, just because he's an attorney. I couldn't tell which was first. Any discussion? Welcome aboard, sir. All those in favor, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it does pass unanimously. Now may I administer the oath. Thank you.
Oh, okay. We should see where the mayor
I'll stand. And then we can,
Yes. There's different words in there for the name.
yes.
Do I have a microphone or just use this? Stand close enough that they can hear us, just to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand. I, David C. Will,
I, David C. Will,
hereby accept the honor of serving as the Chief Judge of the Municipal Court of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia.
hereby accept the honor of serving as the Chief Judge of the Municipal Court of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that
I do solemnly swear or affirm that
I am not the holder of any unaccounted for public money due to this state or any political subdivision or authority thereof.
I am not the holder of any unaccounted for public money due this state or any political subdivision or authority thereof.
I am not the holder of any office of trust under the government of the United States.
I am not the holder of any office of trust under the government of the United States,
Any other state or any foreign state, which by the laws of the state of Georgia I am prohibited from holding.
any other state, or any foreign state, which, by the laws of the state of Georgia, I am prohibited from holding.
I am qualified to hold said office according to the Constitution and laws of Georgia.
I am qualified to hold said office according to the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia.
And I shall support and defend the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
And I shall support and defend the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
Further, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I shall
Further, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I shall
faithfully, ethically, and honestly perform and discharge the duties of the Chief Judge of Municipal Court to the best of my skill, knowledge, and ability without fear, favor, or partiality.
faithfully, ethically, and honestly perform and discharge the duties of the Chief Judge of Municipal Court to the best of my skill, knowledge, and ability without fear, favor, or partiality.
Uphold the ideals of community and service.
Uphold the ideals of community and service.
Act and conduct business in accordance with the city's code of ethics and conduct.
Act and conduct business in accordance with the city's code of ethics and conduct,
The State Bar of Georgia and the Judicial Council of Georgia.
the State Bar of Georgia, and the Judicial Council of Georgia.
And support the charter and laws of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia.
Support the charter and laws of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia.
So sworn this 7th day of November, 2022.
So sworn the 7th day of November, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Bendel, if you will, please raise your right hand. I, Jamie Bendel, hereby accept the honor of serving as substitute judge of the Municipal Court of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia.
I, Jamie Bendel, hereby accept the honor of serving as substitute judge of the Municipal Court of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that
I do solemnly swear or affirm that
I am not the holder of any unaccounted for public money due to this state or any political subdivision or authority thereof.
I am not the holder of any unaccounted for public money due to this state or any political subdivision or authority thereof.
I am not the holder of any office of trust under the government of the United States.
I am not the, which one did you?
I am
There you
not
go.
the holder
All right.
of any
I wanna make sure.
office. Yep.
I am not the holder of any office of trust under the government of the United States, any other state, or any foreign state, which, by the laws of the state of Georgia, I am prohibited from holding.
I am qualified to hold said office according to the Constitution and laws of Georgia, and
I am qualified to hold said office according to the Constitution and laws of Georgia, and
I shall support and defend the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
I shall support and defend the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
Further, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I shall
Further, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I shall
faithfully, ethically, and honestly perform and discharge the duties of the Chief Judge of Municipal Court to the best of my skill, knowledge, and ability without fear, favor, or partiality.
faithfully, ethically, and honestly perform and discharge the duties of the Chief Judge of Municipal Court to the best of my skill, knowledge, and ability without fear, favor, or partiality.
Uphold the ideals of community service,
Uphold the ideals of community and service,
act and conduct business in accordance with the city's code of ethics and conduct, the State Bar of Georgia, and the Judicial Council of Georgia.
act and conduct business in accordance with the city's code of ethics and conduct, the State Bar of Georgia, and the Judicial Council of Georgia, and
Support the charter and laws of the city of Alpharetta, Georgia.
support the charter and the laws of the city of Alpharetta.
So sworn this 7th day of November,
So sworn
2022.
the 7th day of November, 2022.
Congratulations.
The pens are gone. Thank you, Judge.
Judge, congrats.
Thank you.
Judge, congrats.
All right, next up on the agenda is our consent agenda, and there's quite a lengthy consent agenda, so I'll read this off as quickly as possible. First item is the council meeting minutes from the meeting of October 24th, 2022. The alcoholic beverage license applications, which include PH-22-AB-31, Ikigai Nikkei LLC, DBA Little Tokyo Sushi and Grill, 5815 Winmore Parkway. Item PH-22-AB-32, Mr. Taco 2, Inc., DBA Mr. Taco, 4000 North Point Parkway, Alpharetta, Georgia. Item C is the Memorandum of Understanding, Lionheart Works. Item D is Recreation Parks, Cultural Services and Structure Agreements, Mary Beth Lemoyne, Recreational Exercise Class, Yoga for Active Adults. Item 2 under Recreation Parks is Halftime Sports, Recreational Sports Class, Youth Basketball Training Camps. Item number 3 under that same topic is Diana Mall, DBA Alpharetta Bar Club, Recreational Exercise Classes. Item 4, Deborah Snow, Recreational Art Classes, Watercolor Painting. Number 5, Aussie Kids of Atlanta Golf Training, Recreational Sports Classes, Youth Golf Academy. Item E is Quitclaim Deed for Haynesbridge Slope and Drainage Easement Release at Lakeview Park. Item F is Quitclaim Deed, Slope and Drainage Easement Release at The Gathering. Item G is Intergovernmental Agreement, The Gathering Coordinated Water Utility Operation and Public Street Maintenance. Item 8 is Private Development Agreement with The Gathering. And the final item on the consent agenda is Freeman Mathis and Gary Engagement Letter and Retention Agreement, Thaxton versus City of Alpharetta. Is there anyone who would like to remove anything from the consent agenda this evening? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
So move.
Have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel, a second by Councilman Hypes. Any discussion about the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote no. And it does pass unanimously. So we'll move on to the public hearing portion. And as I mentioned earlier, the first item that was on the printed agenda for the public hearing was V-22-16/133 Cumming Street. That has been deferred by the applicant, will be presented at another date. So the second item under public hearing is ordinance to amend the charter of the city of Alpharetta, Georgia. This is the first reading, and Ms. Aswine, you have the floor.
Yes, I'll go ahead and do the reading and then provide an explanation. So this is an ordinance to amend the Alpharetta City Charter to clarify and amend provisions regarding the acquisition, disposal, and leasing of municipal property, to revise provisions pertaining to contracting, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting ordinances, and for other purposes. Mayor and Council, this is provision to modify 3 sections of the charter. 2 of the provisions are to explicitly add language relating to the leasing, management, and control of city property, just to make that more explicit in the charter under sections 1.13 as well as 6.30. The second pertains to contracting provisions. So this changes the procedures that we follow for contracting. Specifically, it provides for a $50,000 threshold for entering into contracts without it triggering, or it would trigger coming to council after a $50,000 expenditure. It also provides explicitly for the city administrator to be executing all contracts rather than the city administrator and or whichever department head is involved. And it also makes clear what the city attorney's review is for. Right now, it just said approved kind of as to form. We're indicating that all contracts are reviewed or drawn by the city attorney, and that my execution of any and all contracts is indicative of having reviewed or drafted a contract. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Aswine? Great job. Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards on this?
Not for this item, Mr. Mayor.
However, if anyone would like to come forward and speak on these charter amendments, now is your opportunity. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd offer a motion tonight to approve the ordinance to amend the charter for the city of Alpharetta, Georgia, as read tonight by City Attorney Molly Aswine.
Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel, a second by Councilman Dorito, and that was to approve the ordinance as outlined by City Attorney Molly Aswine. Any discussion? All those in favor, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it does pass unanimously. So that'll wrap up that portion of the public hearing this evening. We'll move on to the final item under public hearing. That would be MP-22-03/Z-22-05/CU-22-02/V-22-07, North Point Mall Development. Director Cook, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and Council. The only public hearing item tonight is shown to you on the screen, and the applicant, Trademark Management Ltd., requests a master plan amendment. It's a rezoning, conditional use, and variances to allow for the demolition of approximately 500,000 square feet of the existing mall, which will include 2 anchor boxes, redevelopment with 154,200 square feet of new retail, restaurants, and creative office. The office would total 427,000 square feet. There's a 150-room hotel, 875 for rent units, and there's also 103 for-sale townhomes, approximately 19 acres of open space, all on 83.6 acres of the North Point overlay. There's a master plan amendment requested to the North Point Mall master plan to modify development regulations that were previously set on the property. Rezoning is requested from PSC to MU, mixed use, and a conditional use is requested to allow dwelling for rent, for sale attached, and the conditional use is because it's over 10 units to the acre, so that the conditional use is, over 8 units to the acre, so that's required. And they're also requesting a variance in order to increase building height, encroach into the Georgia 400 buffer for the MARTA BRT and the multi-use trail. So that's the list of the request. And I will tell you that this North Point, the mall, is actually part of the North Point LCI. So The LCI, of course, that was developed a couple of years ago, that's the Livable Centers Initiative, and it was shown as a priority density area. So you can see here the mall is located here on the map. This is the North Point LCI, and it's one of the areas shown as the priority areas within the North Point LCI. The request, as stated earlier, would allow the removal of about 500,000 square feet of the mall. And I think this is a good rendering to kind of show what that block looks like. Not a lot of detail, but you can see from the gray versus the red is the existing mall, the continuation of the mall, and that's what they're planning to remove. So almost half of that 1 million square feet that was approved. Again, the density that they're requesting is 11.7 units to the acre, so that is over the 8 units to the acre, and the conditional use was filed accordingly. A little history of the North Point Mall that was approved in 1990 originally, built in 1993, approved at a little over 1 million square feet, 1.392 million square feet. And it's actually on 100 acres. They don't control all of the land, and I'll show you that on the site plan, what they actually control. Go ahead and show you the site plan that they submitted. And the current plan, if it's approved, would significantly expand the redevelopment efforts. Just a couple of years ago, they were approved in 2019 to remove a Sears, which was one of the big boxes. They're still continuing that will be a part of this for removal. And they were approved for 300 units as part of that master plan approval. So it was tied just to this area here. So this is a larger expansion of what they requested in 2019. Of course, they have different owners. And just to take a quick look at the site plan, the blue is the office buildings, and the blue here at the new entrance road that would be created, that is actually a hotel. They're proposing at 150 keys. They did not give us the brand of the hotel. We do have a condition in there that recommends that it's a full service, but we don't have the brand hotel from them. The red is proposed new retail, so this would be after the removal of the mall, as well as the Sears and the JCPenney's. They would create this outdoor space, and the restaurants would encircle an activity space. Something that's new since the Planning Commission site plan, and I have that if you want to see that, but the office building here is actually a new proposal that they added to the site plan. And I have some of the changes that we can look at from what was shown at the Planning Commission versus the new site plan. They also show the new development that's just shown here in the purple, but we don't have any details on what those uses would be or the square footage. And you'll see that there's a purple area that's added over a surface parking lot. That's new from the Planning Commission also, and it says future public-private partnership with MARTA. The reason that it says that is because as part of the 2019 approval, it is also required that they set aside land for a drop-off area for MARTA. So part of the variances, one of the 3 variances that they're requesting from council is a variance to allow that disturbance within the tree buffer, and that would be for MARTA in order to have that drop-off area. MARTA does plan to have a BRT station in the middle of 400. We hear that that's 2026, 2028. It could be that long before it's actually started. So that is the plan, and that is the request for the variance within the 400 buffer. They do meet the parking requirements. The parking is shown in several different parking decks. You can see the parking deck that's here for the multifamily. And some of this parking will be shared with Macy's. They also meet the required parking for the second residential building. And the for sale that's shown as townhomes, that's to the north. There are 24 units. They did increase the number of townhome units, which is located here along the Stormwater Park. That was 36 at the Planning Commission meeting, and now it's 103. So they are proposing 103 for sale townhomes in this area. Another parking deck that's actually shown as the last phase of development with another office building. The red, again, residential, and then the final office building. They did give us the details of the phasing plan, and I'll show you that real quick. So phase 1, everything you see shaded in blue. Phase 1 does include a request for 500 rentals. And as part of phase 1, they would also improve the interior of the existing mall, create the event space as well as the restaurants that are around the event space, and the 103 townhomes. So that's all shown as phase 1. Phase 2, they have stated, would include the additional 375 rentals, the 24 townhomes that are shown to the north, as well as the office and the hotel. And then phase 3, another office building, 4 office, and then 5 with the office buildings. Chart comparison of what was shown at the Planning Commission and what they're depicting now. Very similar. The changes, again, just to make sure everybody's clear, the 900 rentals that was shown at the Planning Commission, 875 at City Council, 36 on the for-sale residential, 103 City Council. And then the residential density did increase from 11.2 to 11.7, and that's because of the addition of the larger for-sale. Retail and restaurant was actually reduced. A little over 300,000 square feet that was shown in new retail at the Planning Commission. This application, 154,200, reduction of 161,000. Office, 145,000 that was shown at the Planning Commission meeting. A little over 400,000 that is shown on the current plan. Hotel stayed the same. The open space that was provided now is 19.3 acres, and that required, it's 15.65 acres. So they've increased some of that open space. You'll see that some of the amenity space has decreased, and that's because they lost one of the retailers that had an outdoor field located here in this area from the Planning Commission. They also included elevations. I'll show you those elevations. And I'm just going to show you a couple of those. Of course, they submitted a whole, probably 40 pages of elevations, and I'm sure that they'll show you some more of those elevations, but we'll go through a couple of those. And it may help if I show you on the site plan where these are located. So this rendering that you're looking at here, this is actually the first phase. So you can't see the building, the rental building that would be in the front of this as you enter in from North Point Drive. So you're looking at this area here on the site plan. And this is looking at the new entrance into the mall. I think on some of these renderings here, you can see the new Macy's Tower that would be created. So this is the new entrance. Some of the other elevations of that new entrance. And they're calling this the village area. So a lot of different elevations, and they had stated that they want to look like it's been developed over time. And of course, all of these renderings, elevations would be required to go through the design review board. I want to show you quickly too the amenity and civic space map that they provided. And this has been updated from the Planning Commission also in order to show the new site plan and how it interacts with the stormwater park. One of the biggest goals of North Point is to make it a walkable, pedestrian-friendly destination. I mean, right now, it's more auto-oriented, and of course, some of the requirements within the North Point overlay are to reduce the amount of parking, pavement, have different types of connections, sidewalks, and public parks. So one of the big asks as part of the request for any master plan coming forward within North Point is to include that public park space. And when we were going through the LCI, we actually discovered that there's about 13 acres that exist within North Point that could be converted into a stormwater park. So as part of the request, the applicant is including to make improvements to a little over 1.5 acres of the portion that they own right at the entrance to North Point Drive, as well as the new development, and also the south section, which is about 1.2 acres inside. And I'll show you what they submitted as Exhibit F. Exhibit F shows the property that they own, and this would be part of the requirements, and the conditions of zoning would include these improvements. They don't own the lighter section that you see here. That's a different owner. So their intent would be to put funding into the first phases of that stormwater park. And they also included renderings of what that would look like, which includes an overlook area as well as a mulch path around the water that exists there. And this is very different from what you would see within a typical subdivision, because now when you have detention areas, they're built with the concrete walls. And what's good about this area, it's very natural. It's just a natural pool of water. So there is the opportunity to create that place. Also, as a part of the continuing the North Point LCI, North Point overlay requirements, they do plan to remove some of the pavement that's at the ring, what we call the ring road, in order to create a pedestrian and bicycle path. So this would actually be partitioned off with different safety features in order to make sure that this is for pedestrians and bicyclers. And they also included a rendering to show what that would look like, kind of a detail of that bicycle lane. So at the major intersections, they would actually paint that, so it's very obvious to what that's going to be used for. And they also included examples of the vertical separation that would be located along that lane. I also want to talk about the rental number that they're requesting. Of course, careful consideration should be given when we maintain a balance of for rent to for sale product in the city. And you look at our comp plan, we actually have a policy that says to maintain a balance of owner-occupied and renter-occupied so that at least 68% of housing stock is owner-occupied. And there's different factors that we look at when we're making requests, when we're looking at requests for apartments. And the items that we look at is the mix of uses, the design, long-term viability, of course, where's the priority areas, and how does it fit into that 68-32. So you'll look at with our recommendation that went to the Planning Commission, we had actually recommended 650 rentals. That is because this particular policy is updated every 5 years. So we don't want to go past that 5-year term because we don't know if the community will actually change that particular policy at that time. And when I say change that policy, it's part of the comprehensive land use plan. So that's part of a public outreach, it's part of public meetings where we come up with that particular policy of the 68-32 balance. So with our recommendation, we stayed within that 5-year time frame, and that's the recommendation that we took to the Planning Commission of 650 units. We also looked at the traffic. Of course, this is a development of regional impact, so that's something that we had to work with the state as well as Greta, to look at the numbers. We did find that it's actually a reduction in trips than if it was a fully occupied 1.3 million square feet of retail. So it's actually a reduction than if it was a fully operated mall. And of course, that's looking at the mix of uses. Will some of the people that live there go to the restaurants and possibly work in some of the jobs that are created? We also have what's required as within the North Point overlay to have an eco-district point requirement. So they are required to meet 10 of the points. And what that means is in order to try to make it a greener area, there are different types of points that can be earned, such as having alternate types of transportation. It could be it could be the bicycle paths, it could be more landscaping, sustainable landscape materials. They actually submitted as part of their exhibits their estimate for the eco-district points, and they are proposing 39 points. And of course, as part of the land disturbance permit process, we will go through those details to make sure that every point that's submitted, that they have showed that accurately. We also have an outreach to schools. As part of any request for density, residential density, we do send this to Fulton County Schools to see what's the number of increase in school kids enrollment. Fulton County Schools calculated the potential number of children who may live on the property, and they use their standard calculation to distinguish the number of children that a residential development will generate. They provided that to us, and it shows that anywhere from 69 to 290 school-aged children could reside on the property. And they did show that all three schools are currently under capacity, which are Northwood Elementary School, Haynesbridge Middle School, as well as Centennial High School. As part of the outreach to the community, the applicant did submit a citizen participation plan to staff, which included a list of several different meetings that they've had. We always report on this. And some of the different comments that they received were how is this going to be different from other mixed-use developments on the market? Is there adequate space for bike lanes and parallel parking? What are the projected multifamily rents? When will the project be developed? Is there workforce housing accommodated as part of the rental? They also asked questions about providing electric vehicle charging stations, as well as the status of the J.C. Penney's. And they've listed several different community input meetings, which were included within your staff report. This item also went to the Planning Commission. It was considered July 7th as well as August 4th at the Planning Commission meeting. And at the July 7th meeting, the Planning Commission deferred the request to the August 4th meeting. They had several different questions from the applicant. Those questions included clarifying the open space calculations, condensing their phasing plan. And one thing I should have mentioned is they have actually reduced the construction timeline from the Planning Commission to the City Council proposal by 2 years. So they plan to complete the rental component by 2027 versus 2029 that they had stated at the Planning Commission meeting. Planning Commission also had questions about including a grocery store as part of Phase 2, providing an exhibit depicting the design of the reversible bike lanes, which they have included those details. They also asked for the exhibit of the stormwater park, which was the one that I just previously showed you. And they asked for a reduction in the number of the for rent units. 900 was shown at the Planning Commission. The current plan before you has 875. They asked for an increase. The Planning Commission asked for an increase in the number of for sale units, 36 to 103 that you see within this plan. They also asked for them to provide an exhibit depicting the enhancements, branding, changes to the front entrance signs. They did provide those at the Planning Commission meeting, but the Planning Commission did not condition for those signs to be replaced at the entrances, but they did provide those. There were several public comments in favor of the request at the Planning Commission. And after discussion, Planning Commission did recommend approval subject to staff's recommended conditions, which includes the 650 units. And I think it's probably best for me to hand out our red lines. And the red lines still have the density that was proposed from the Planning Commission and they're recommending to you. But the red lines show just a change to the date on the site plan, as well as the change for the office square footage, as well as the retail. And I think, Michael, if you want to hand those out, then I'll go over those. So it's actually 5 changes, so it's only 5 red line changes. I think that's easier than going back and forth from the Planning Commission recommendation. So number 1, the recommendation from the Planning Commission, approximately 83.67 acres shall be zoned to MU, developed substantially similar to the site plan prepared by Kimley Horn. Change the date from 7/20 to 10/26/2022. Except as modified by these conditions, applicant shall provide a legal description of the property as depicted in Exhibit A prior to issuance of the LDP. 2, exterior modifications to existing buildings and new buildings shall be substantially similar to the images depicted in Exhibit H. And I have any of those exhibits if you want me to show you any of those exhibits. With non-residential buildings, including for rent buildings approved by DRB and residential buildings approved by staff. And 3, development regulations shall be as follows. Here we change to the current plan. Commercial, maximum 154,200 square feet of retail. Restaurant use shall be permitted in freestanding buildings, not including existing outparcels along North Point Parkway. It also talks about non-residential uses. On the ground floor of the for rent building shall now not count against the maximum commercial entitlement or require additional parking. Freestanding buildings shall be no greater than 4 stories and 60 feet. Drive-through restaurant other than a coffee shop shall be prohibited. Rooftop and outdoor dining areas are encouraged and shall not count against the maximum commercial entitlement or require additional parking. So that says a lot about these 2 buildings here. We require that if you're along a storefront street, that the rental on the first floor has to have those active uses. So basically, in order to encourage and make sure that is active, we don't want to count the parking against them for that small of an area. Plus, just like in the downtown, we encourage outdoor seating as well as rooftop areas, so we don't want to count the parking against for those. And then B, office, maximum 427,000 square feet of office shall be permitted in a freestanding buildings no greater than 6 stories or 85 feet. Additional office shall be permitted when exchanged for commercial, for rent residential or hotel entitlement. C is the hotel requirement. D, the for rent residential. Up to 320 for rent units shall be immediately eligible for a certificate of occupancy. After January 1, 2026, an additional 330 for rent units, phase 2, shall be eligible for a CO. For rent buildings shall be no greater than 5 stories or 75 feet, and all units shall be 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. A maximum of 60% of units shall be studios or 1 bedroom, and no more than 10% shall be 3-bedroom units. A CO shall not be issued for the phase 1 for rent building until the retail plaza and pocket park, retail square, remaining interior mall renovations as depicted in Exhibit F. Primary north, south, and east-west streets and associated infrastructure have been constructed and inspected by the city. And a CO for phase 2 rental, that's here in this area, shall not be issued until pedestrian trail and bike lanes in a market grocery with a minimum square footage of 3,500 square feet has been constructed and inspected by the city. If a grocery market is developed within 500 feet of the property, then this shall satisfy this condition. And we put that in there because there's a lot of larger out parcels that are vacant, that could convert into a grocer. E, Phase 3, for sale residential. It was 286 at the Planning Commission. We just went ahead and changed that to 103. That's what they're showing. 103, dwelling for sale, attached or detached units shall be permitted in buildings no greater than 4 stories or 60 feet. No more than 10% of for sale units shall be permitted to be rented as recorded in the HOA covenants and declarations. F addresses the parking decks. 4, the uses, active uses on the first floor. 5, the uses the master plan's restricted to, as well as 6. And some of those in 6 we've listed as conditional uses, which would have to come back to the city council. The conditional uses are liquor store, as well as spa services. 7, new internal streets shall be private and shall be consistent with the streetscape exhibits of the submitted application labeled Exhibit C, final approval by staff. 8 has the minimum requirements for open space, civic space. 9, pedestrian trail and bike lanes shall be improved as depicted on Exhibit D, final design approved by staff. Bike lanes shall include a minimum 10-foot asphalt path, and pedestrian trail shall include a minimum 4-foot crushed stone path. Landscaping and lighting. Dedicated bike lanes shall include striping and a minimum 2-foot wide protective buffer. Striping with delineations every 25 feet between the vehicular travel lane and the bike lane, and shared bike lanes shall include striping. And 10, developers shall construct a city-approved MARTA bus shelter at the 2 existing bus stops. And if those are along North Point Parkway, one of them is at this main entrance into the mall, and then the other one is farther down North Point Parkway. Applicants shall apply for the North Fulton CID bus shelter program. Expenditures that are not reimbursed by the CID shall be eligible for impact fee credits. We also have design conditions, number 11. Minimum 10-foot landscape strip shall be required along North Point Circle adjacent to the development. 12 deals with the site access driveway. 13, developer shall provide eco-district measures as outlined in the submitted application labeled Exhibit E. Detailed information shall be provided at LDP and building permits showing compliance with the requested eco-district measures. Total eco-district points to be confirmed by staff. 14 is in regards to the village lawn event green shall have a permanent or temporary stage of sufficient size to accommodate events as identified. 15, developer shall improve a stormwater park on its property as depicted in Exhibit F, including trails, landscaping, and overlook. The northern half of the stormwater pond shall be improved prior to a CO for the first for-rent building, and remaining portion of the stormwater pond improved prior to a CO for the second for-rent building, because of course there's 2 different sections. This would require the improvements with Phase 1. The second part of the pond would be required as part of the CO for Phase 2. Shall be dedicated to the city, other than the detention ponds themselves and waterways which feed it, so it is an active detention pond. The city shall be responsible for the structural repairs upon dedication, and the developer shall be responsible for daily maintenance. Developer and other pond owners shall remain solely and exclusively responsible for maintenance of the detention ponds and waterways which feed it. The cost of the construction of such improvements shall be eligible for a credit against park impact fees. 16 is regarding the at-grade pedestrian bicycle connections being provided. 17, minimum 2,500 square feet civic space shall be developed at the corner of North Point Circle and North Point Drive. So that's this area here. And that gives access over to the stormwater park. We had only required that at that intersection because the plan with the townhomes was very close to the stormwater park. We didn't require it at the Planning Commission for this area because the plan was different. So you may want to consider adding that 2,500 square feet. So this was the Planning Commission site plan. We didn't add that because there's ample room to get to the stormwater park if it's improved with the new plan. May want to consider adding that 2,500 square feet also at that intersection. 18, retaining walls shall receive architectural facade treatment and be heavily landscaped. Retaining walls visible from developed areas exceeding 16 feet in height shall be terraced and landscaped. 19, regarding the bicycle racks, benches, trash receptacles, decorative crosswalks. 20, requirements prior to receiving an LDP. 21, awnings or similar overhead structure shall be provided at the ground level in commercial areas. 22, development shall include at least one rooftop amenity with the non-residential portion of the development. 23, provide detailed street planning for North Point Circle and new private streets. 24, surface parking areas shall comply with UDC requirements. 25 addresses the backside of buildings, and 26, other requirements prior to the first LDP. We also have 27, at such time MARTA stipulates and funds its intention to move forward with a future Georgia 400 MARTA bus rapid transit or train station at North Point Mall. The developer, its successors, and assigns shall dedicate land to the city as depicted on Exhibit G, or an equivalent reasonably substituted tract of like size, and it's about a half acre that they're showing. That's the Exhibit G. It does say that if any time MARTA stipulates that the land is not needed, or if MARTA has not begun construction by December 31st, 2028, then there shall be no obligation to dedicate the land, or if already conveyed to the city, it shall be conveyed back to the developer if that construction does not occur. 28, developer shall be responsible for planting and maintaining of any medians. 29, developer's financial responsibility for off-site improvements and stormwater park improvements shall not exceed its impact fees, nor shall credits be given for meeting minimum eco-district and open space requirements. 30, it is acknowledged that the approved site plan may be subdivided into separate platted parcels. And then we also have a few GRETA, as part of their notice of decision, their general conditions, which are 31 through 35. Provide the pedestrian connectivity. 32, install pedestrian bicycle wayfinding signage. 33, upgrade existing MARTA stops near the northern mall entrance. And 34, design site driveways to service pedestrians and cyclists. And 35, address curbside activities, including parking, deliveries, ride-hailing, bicycling, and micromobility use and pedestrian activity. And that concludes the Planning Commission recommendation with just the 5 red lines to meet the current plan. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer those.
Do we have any questions? Councilman Will.
Judge Cook, thank you for that. And I've got a bunch here, so I apologize in advance. But
It's okay.
how long have you worked for the city?
How long have I worked for the city? 31 years.
In community development?
Engineering and community development.
Is it fair to say that in that 32 years, you've seen Alpharetta grow from a small town to what we are today?
Yes. Yes.
As a director of community development, did you ever see the design and build out of Avalon?
I did.
Was there pushback on that project?
There was. There was a lot of concern.
Substantial pushback?
There was, mostly about the trips, of course, that would be generated, the density.
When that project was completed, would you say that it was probably one of the turning points for Alpharetta to turn us into where we are today?
We've of course won awards for it. We've gone back out and looked at the trips to make sure that they were within the original predicted number of trips. So it's been a success in that regard because it has met the estimates.
And you are also the person that oversaw the development and build out of City Center.
Correct.
Was there pushback on that project?
Yes.
Substantial pushback?
Well, there was questions. I hate to call it pushback, but there was questions about the density as well. How will it change the downtown? The number of trips, and then, excuse me, a lot of it A lot of the questions would it impact the west side, those types of questions.
And we're currently sitting in city center, and it is kind of the crown jewel of Alpharetta right now. That's my opinion on that. So here we are again. We're talking about the North Point Mall redevelopment project, and you are also overseeing this one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this project is getting pushed back as well. Is that correct?
We've had a few comments regarding the traffic as well as the density.
Okay. And the developer has reduced the number of apartments from 900 to 875. I believe you said that. So they've come down on that number.
That's correct.
Now, when you sent this to the Planning Commission, you sent it at 650.
That's correct.
Is that correct? My understanding is that you sent it to Planning Commission at 650 for a very specific reason, and it is in regards to this 5-year look-ahead period, as well as this 6832 guidance. Is that correct?
Right. We want to stay within that 100, no more than 116 per year, and stay within the 5-year recommendation.
Can you just real quick one more time explain the 6832? I want to make sure everybody understands that.
Sure. Alfred is not the only one that, as a community, that looks at what should the balance of different types of housing be in the community. So that is something that when we went through the process, the comprehensive land use process, we actually hired a consultant that put together a rental study to see what other communities, the percentage they had of for sale to for rent. And that's what we based our decision on, is what did the community want to see as a balance, as well as that detailed consultant information.
So in this comprehensive plan we built, we're saying that we would like to keep within 32% the number of rental units in the city.
That's correct.
That's correct.
68% for sale, 32.
Now, is that a
rental.
law or an ordinance, or is that just a guidance?
It's a goal. It's a guidance.
It's a goal.
It is not an ordinance that somebody would have to seek a variance to.
So as a goal, we can make exceptions to that if necessary.
The city council can.
City council can, okay. Now, talk to me about this 5-year look-ahead period. So we submitted at 650 because of the 6832 and how it relates to the 5-year look-ahead. Can you re-explain the 5-year look-ahead for me?
Yes. So the study that we have for the rental study, it recommends in order to stay at the goal of 32 for rent to 68% for sale, that the city should not approve more than 116 units per year. So that's part of that recommendation within the 5 years. And that's to try to stay at that 32%.
So as a city staff person in community development, you are not really allowed to send this to Planning Commission with more than 650 because you have to stay within that 6832 and within that 5-year period.
The staff puts together the recommendation based on the goals that the community has put forward. So that's correct. Our recommendation should stay within the adopted goals.
And the argument on that 5-year goal is that at the end of that 5-year period, we could do a new comprehensive plan, and we could say, and this wouldn't happen, we could say, you know what, we want to change it to 90-10, right? And so because it could change, you're not allowed to make a recommendation within that 5-year, that next 5-year period. Is that correct?
That's correct. And it could be that the community changes in that 5-year time period. Like we have fewer places where we can develop for sale, so that's something that we need to look at as part of that.
The 650 fits within our current comprehensive plan 6832, is that correct?
That's correct.
If that 6832 doesn't change in the next 5-year plan, and we build this at 875, when this project is complete, will it still fit within that 6832?
If it stayed the 6832 through, we ran the numbers through completion to 2030, and you would still be within the goal of 6832.
So if we don't change the 6832,
if it did not
then
change.
we are still within that
By 2030.
at the end of this project.
By 2030, yes.
Okay. So to be clear, this 650 is limited by the 6832 within the 5-year, but the 5-year, if the 6832 doesn't change, we could have approved this at 875. You just weren't allowed to submit it that way.
The council can absolutely.
We can, but you weren't allowed to submit it to Planning Commission that way.
That would be over our goals, correct.
Okay. The comprehensive plan sets priorities for development of different parts of the city. Is that correct? And it assigns priorities to different areas?
Sure.
Okay. The North Point Mall development area, what priority level is that?
It was shown as priority level 1. And that was part of a survey, a citizen survey, where we had 5 different areas, and North Point was shown as the priority area.
So it is our number 1 priority for redevelopment?
That's correct.
That is correct. Can you explain how those priorities came about, just real quickly?
It's part of a survey. Part of a citizen survey, as well as public meetings. We actually have meetings where we have a lot of outreach, and that's how we compile that information.
This project was submitted on the 83-acre parcel that is the North Point Mall project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that 83 acres is where we came up with this 11 units per acre, I believe, 11 point something.
11.7.
And I've heard some argument that we should not have included the 83 acres. We should have shrunk it down to a smaller area. But is it correct to say that that's how we've done every calculation based on the overall acreage of a project and not just a smaller area of that individual project?
Yes, you can submit the entire parcel that is owned by it's up to the applicant to submit. And
This is typical.
Yes, very typical.
This is typical. Okay. So, and I want to go down to the standards for master plan that you've got in your project here and talk about D, G, and H. And this is really my last question. I'm going to ask the applicant after they finish their proposal and they've submitted it at 875. My question is going to be very specific. If they only get approval for 650, will they build this project or will they not build this project? So, in your opinion, and based on what I'm reading here, what happens to this area if we approve it at 650 and they choose not to build it and this mall continues to decline? What happens to the surrounding business and the surrounding real estate?
I think I would not be able to answer that because it's a great piece of property that's highly sought after. There's been a lot of investment from the city to make it even more, a location where people want to be. So I think it'd be difficult for me to answer that, to say what would happen. Apologies. Now, if you're asking if redevelopment
Let me read it. If a new vision is not implemented, the mall and surrounding retail area could rapidly decline. A mixed-use development at this location is consistent with the vision of North Point LCI. It states that 3 times, that exact verbiage, under the standards for master plan amendment. So I just want to be clear that if they answer my question no, and we choose to vote against this, we're in trouble. Thank you.
Councilman Hypes.
Director Cook, a little clarification just from the packet as a whole. The overall mall property is 100 acres. Is that not correct?
The
entirety.
mall is 100, yes, but that's not owned by the applicant. So the areas that are gray here are actually not owned by the applicant. And this is probably a better exhibit. Exhibit A that shows the yellow is what they own, and then the gray is not owned by the applicant.
Okay. Is it the gray that makes up these 17 acres, the difference between the 100 and the 83, or is the 83.67 acres that comprises the project, the area that's being developed plus the mall? Or do you know?
Ownership of 83 acres. They're actually, I had a question about that earlier, so I did check, and there's 44 acres that would be undisturbed as part of that, but is that your question? Of how many is actually undisturbed as part of the?
I was just asking, it says in the packet it's 83.67 acres for the
Right.
project, a density figure of 11.47 for residential, which is above the 8, and I'm trying to figure out where the 83.67 project is, where's the remaining 17 acres?
And that's the yellow. So the yellow is the applicants, the land that they own, and then the part that's grayed out, they do not own that property.
So
So
that's
that would make up go to the 100 acres.
okay. It states in the conditions that office has been permitted. Is there anything in this project plan that requires the office to be built?
No.
Okay.
They only have the improvements to the interior mall.
Okay. Is there anything that requires, what is required to be built?
So
Go ahead.
I don't know if this helps, but Phase 1, the requirement to be built as part of the rental is the removal, of course, of 500,000 square feet of the mall, building the event plaza as well as the restaurant spaces here, and the first phase of the stormwater park. So those would be the requirements for the first phase. Phase 2, the conditions require the building and creation of the bike lane, as well as the infrastructure and the construction for the infrastructure for the townhomes.
As to anything that's not residential, is there anything that's not residential that's tied to a concurrency of, issuance of a CO, such as the office buildings or the hotel or anything of that nature?
We didn't tie the hotel to the requirement.
I didn't see the office either, but I'm wondering.
Right. The office would have been tied to a Phase 3 if a Phase 3 of rental was approved, but we did not. And, I mean, that's a good question because we usually do tie office
So
with a
they
rental.
so the residential could be built, and at the end of the residential, there could, conceivably be no office component to this project.
That's correct. Except for the Phase 2, the 3, 4, and 5 has the additional office buildings. So that could be built or not built.
Okay. If that's not built, is that a mixed-use project? If it's just all residential?
Well, there's residential, of course, there's retail. They have the spaces that has some office within the mall. So there are what we consider a mix of uses. Is it light on the office? Absolutely.
I think, my esteemed colleague, Mr. Will, brings up some good points, and he did cause me to, he was talking about Avalon and trying to look into a crystal ball about the success of Avalon and what it would mean to the city. Does anybody in community development have an opinion about what Avalon has meant to the mall in terms of how the mall has performed since Avalon opened and since Avalon has gained some of the tenants that used to be in the mall?
Well, the mall, since I've worked here for over 30 years, over the last 15 years, they've had a lot of different owners, and they've come in regularly with different owners to bring plans where they were going to add additional restaurant space, but they didn't move forward. So at the time, of course, we spoke to them about Avalon. They didn't seem concerned, if that's the question.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you. Ms. Cook, thank you for, I know you've worked really hard as Economic Development Director to bring this project forward as a #1 priority for our city. So first of all, whether it gets passed and approved tonight or not, thank you for trying to bring $500 million into our city. I was there and I voted for City Center. I was there and I voted for Avalon and worked through all the details right there with you. And all the cries and woes about Avalon, the school system, this one says that it could be 69 to 290, but Avalon really in reality has had no more than 8 people. Is that correct? 8 students added to the school system.
That's what the management of Avalon had told us when we were going through, trying to check it for City Center. I don't know if we haven't checked in the last couple of years.
Okay. And also, a housekeeping thing. You mentioned that the signage into the mall should be a condition, or is that your recommendation?
I think so. I mean, I think that it was a good ask by the Planning Commission to see what that would look like. And they gave different examples of how that could look along the front. And I think that just builds creating a different place. So I think it should be included as part of the conditions.
Okay. And this entire project, as far as creating an eco-district in the mall, this is something that our citizens have led, correct?
That's correct. All of it was citizen input.
All of our council has voted for this eco-district that requires higher density.
It prioritized, yes, this area as a higher density.
Because of the decline. And can you describe the decline of the mall right now?
I don't have the total square footage, the occupancy, the vacancy, and I'm sure that they could give the vacancy. But of course, we've made some efforts throughout that whole district to try to get different opportunity zones approved. The state had said that it wasn't blighted enough at this time, which is kind of an interesting statement. But we've had about 26 different closures throughout the area. But we're also seeing a lot of redevelopment in the area, but it's definitely had more momentum when the first project was approved, when the Sears was going to be removed in 2019. And we've seen that kind of waver since during COVID.
And so would you say that's a fair assessment? Would you say that because those plans for the mall were in place is why we had redevelopment at North Point Eco District?
Yes. Yes, I think it was, you saw all of the investment come in because of that first approval. So redevelopment, of course, at any level is going to bring some type of a
And just as far as a climate,
low effect.
I know the number of emails we've got in favor of this, and I know the number of emails we've got opposed to it, which have been fairly minimal compared to the town center or the Avalon. Would you say that's true? The feedback from the community?
That's true.
As far as those who are in favor of it, it's been much greater on this project.
Correct.
All right. And you've done your research, to my knowledge. You've done a lot of research around the country as far as mall redevelopments as part of your economic development management. How many apartments do most malls, when they get restored and renewed, how many are most of those developers asking for?
I don't have that list here, but I know the developer, the applicant has that list, and they actually have determined what the average number. I'm very familiar with like North Lake, I know is 1,500 rentals. Gwinnett Place Mall, 2,800 rentals is the request, but don't have that out in front of me, but I'll find that. I can find that information if they don't have that. But they'd actually put together a chart that shows the different malls that are being redeveloped and the density that they're requesting.
How many malls in just the Atlanta area? Let's don't even consider Santana Row and the Westlake Mall. Let's don't consider anything out in other states. But in the Atlanta area, how many malls have this opportunity right before them today?
From private development?
Yeah, from private development. I know that Gwinnett has bought that property,
Yeah,
but it's my understanding it's going to take 20 years before they'll even have the money to even think about developing it.
Apologies, I would be guessing at the other ones. We have studied several other mall redevelopment plans, and this one, as far as I've seen, has the lowest density number of rentals.
Okay.
But I don't know the amounts that we're proposing to be from private development. I've seen several that actually have public investment for the infrastructure, which the only public investment that we would have, besides if they went forward with a tax abatement and requested that as a separate process, would be giving impact fee credits for a public park, but we would still be getting a public park. So I think you do have mall redevelopment in some areas that have much more of a public portion of it.
Much more of a public investment.
Yeah,
not private.
correct.
And I've looked around at different malls just to study what's going on in our area. Town Center Mall that was built about the same time that North Point was built, 32 years ago, I think. It's dismal. It's absolutely dismal what has happened with that mall. But, so that's where we are today. And would you say that, how many malls do you think have this opportunity?
I would be guessing again on that, Councilman, sorry.
Would you not say it's rare?
I say within our within the ones I've looked at in Georgia, the one that's very different about this one is it's private, mostly private investment. Well, totally private investment.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Cook.
Councilman Binder.
I must try to stay away from the speculation and leading the witness for you. Give you a little bit of a break. But so a couple ones were mentioned, City Center and Avalon. So Avalon's 86 acres, and then 250 apartments. Do I have that correct?
500. I actually have a chart which may be helpful. Here it is.
And that was 86 acres developed in Avalon, correct?
So Avalon is 86 acres, correct.
Okay.
526 units,
Perfect. Okay.
100 for sale.
That's going to take care of that. So North Point Mall is 11.7. We got City Center at 8. Okay. And Avalon. So it is significantly more. And that's just using the acreage of 83, but developed what they're doing is closer to 45.
Yeah, and we didn't include anything that's just for sale.
Yep.
We only included the mixed use. Of course, I guess it's Echo Park that's at the entrance. They were approved at 16 units to the acre, but it's all of for sale product. And they actually came back and changed the condo product to a townhome product. So it's actually getting built at around 10 units to the acre.
Okay. That helps. Let me go. And is that in our packet somewhere, or is that just an extra? Yeah.
No.
Okay. More related back to the site plan that they've proposed, if you can pull that up and help me out. From the developments that we've used, parking's kind of an issue afterwards and seeing how it works out. And Avalon, I remember we went over parking in the spaces, but then some of that parking ended up being office only, apartments only, and then public use. So out of the 45 acres or so being developed, what the parking areas here, which ones would be office? If you looked as a staff, or should I say this for the applicant, of what's
Sure.
office only, apartment only, and then public use?
So it's my understanding, and they can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but there's actually some public shared parking here, which is across from the Macy's.
And that's going to be remaining a surface lot, or will be a surface lot?
It shows 260 surface with a half level over top.
Okay.
So it's structured, but not the entire portion, because some of it is actually rental units. And then this shows that all of it would be for the residential for rent. And then here, there's this deck is for the office, for the hotel as well as the office. And then this is surface parking for this office building.
So the one next to Macy's is the only public on that developed side?
Public here, and then, of course, the existing Dillard's
Okay.
It's for the public.
And,
Even though they don't own it, of course, they have those cross-access easements.
okay, perfect. And my other question is, help me understand, because when it was Brookfield before, and by the way, Brookfield, that was the previous application for the North Point area.
That's correct. Brookfield, different owner.
Different owner, and that one was only a sub-segment of the entire property that was going to get rezoned to mixed use.
Right, and I have that file in site plan if you need
Okay.
to see that, but it was removal of the Sears.
So that has been done before, with the only part that's being developed is the part that's going to would be rezoned to mixed use.
I can pull that. I believe it was, we might have rezoned 30 acres. I think it's in that, we did. Okay, I put it, yeah. So it was a much greater area than just what was being constructed.
But still a subsection of the total 100 or 83 acres.
Yes.
Okay. The other one related to the interior of the mall, because when I think Brookfield came, they talked about how they're going to revamp the mall interior, and I was a little underwhelmed on some of it, but how can we ensure what we see in the conceptual, or what's that range of what we're seeing in the conceptual drawings today is going to be built out in the interior of the mall? I know they go to design and it's like, hey, we couldn't find that green slide that we put inside the drawings for the kids to use that instead of the stairs, so we're doing this. But what can we expect as far as that conceptual being built out?
We're going to make sure that they follow all of these renderings that were submitted. I mean, we make sure that anybody that goes through this process, when you have the public give input and everything that's depicted in the different elevations, it's important as staff that we make sure that they follow through on that. And if they do come back to us and say, I know that we had showed you one elevation and we can't order, certain amenities, we would bring it back. I mean, if there's a big enough change, we're going to bring it back instead of issuing a permit.
So it wouldn't be DRB checking the interior of the of the mall? It'd be more staff?
That would be staff, but you could certainly condition it if you wanted to for them to look at the interior. But what we would do is, and we always have that right to send it to DRB if there's a disagreement,
Minor, yeah.
but we would just handle it in-house with the interior.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Councilman Rito.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Ms. Cook. I want to go back to the 83.67 acres discussion. Just to be clear on the record, on the site plan where you see, I guess it's phase 5, that new office building that was added, when was that added?
October 5th.
Okay. Well, this is the first time the council's seeing that, correct?
Correct. They changed that after the Planning Commission meeting.
Okay. There was 2 other renderings on there. If you could put back the site plan for a second. Those 2 top left, those are future development.
Yes, and those have been shown. They were shown at the Planning Commission.
But was that acreage, I'm assuming it was taken into consideration because they own that portions of those properties, correct?
It was, but they didn't give us the square footages, so we didn't include those as part of the square footages that we're recommending, because they didn't give us the detail for it.
So just to be fair and clear here, to everyone up here in the public, the units per acre included both that new office space in Phase 5 and those 2 future development areas to calculate the units per acre for the original proposed section of the original site plan. Am I making sense?
That's correct.
Okay.
Very similar.
So, and I think Councilman Binder may have alluded to this, that the original acreage before this new office building popped up and that future development on the top left of the screen, the site plan, really is less than 83.67 acres.
this is the same acreage that they took to the Planning Commission.
No,
I think, okay, so yeah, in 2019, when it was just.
Shouldn't it have been calculated on less acreage so that the units per acre would be higher than what is being presented?
No, we always look at the total area that's owned under one ownership. If you think about even Avalon, you know, they included a lot of land that's within the Georgia 400 buffer. That's still not, you're not going to build on that, but you can still count that property. Very similar to, it's a small one, but we just looked at the townhomes that are over there by Gouvin. So they had a lot of floodplain that they can't build on, which gave them a density of probably 4 units to the acre. But if you looked at where they were just building, it would have been a much higher density. Does that help or make?
Yeah, but I still, it's a different type of acreage. This is buildable acreage that we're using to calculate units per acre. And it's just a point. This is a question answer period, so I don't want to get into discussion on it, but you know where I'm coming from.
Yes.
Okay. I have a question on condition D and E, where you have basically 650 rental units recommended by staff and the Planning Commission. And then you talk about the for sale units under condition E. What I don't see, and tell me if I'm missing something, under condition D, when we talk about the for rent residential, we're placing parameters around requirements of dates to issue COs. And then on the for sale units, which is in phase 3, correct?
That's correct.
Phase 3, we don't have any requirements of them needing to be built by a certain date. Is there a reason why?
No, and that's something that could certainly be added. With our recommendation with phase 1, we knew this was different than other mixed-use developments that we'd looked at, because there is the removal of and demolition of half of the mall. So we were looking at the impacts, and of course we wanted additional square footage and retail removed. So what we tied it to was the removal of half a million square feet of the mall, demolition, as well as building all the green space here, the phase 1 of the stormwater park with the first phase. But you could certainly tie it to additional requirements, even office square footage, if that was something that you wanted to add.
Okay. Regarding the depicted hotel, which really we don't know what the brand is, or it's just a
Correct.
hotel. It really could end up, the condition talks about full-service hotel and outlines what that means. Would you recommend that if council decides to move forward with the applicant's plan, that some sense of conditions put in there, the type of specific hotel that would have to come back before city council for approval? Because I would hate to see a hotel go in there that is not up to the standards of what we would want in Alpharetta.
I think that's a good point, and I definitely would recommend that if you leave a hotel in here, that it's a conditional use. I thought by the time they came to council that they would actually have what the brand would be and maybe the design and architecture, but they don't have that. So I absolutely recommend that be changed to a conditional use for the hotel.
And then one more question. Community development now oversees economic development, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was your department at all involved with the tax abatement provided by the Alpharetta Development Authority in this project?
Yes, the economic development manager will handle that application to the development authority. They have been to the development authority once, but it was just the initial meeting. Nothing, of course, could be finalized until there's a process approved by city council for a zoning plan.
In general sense, the Alpharetta Development Authority has approved the 10-year tax abatement on if this project was to be approved by city council. Or,
No, it was an initial meeting. They'll have to go back and go through the details of why it's a benefit to the public, so they will have to present all of those details to the Development Authority and make their case. It was the initial ask to see if there was the interest, but nothing, it's not finalized.
it was reported as finalized. That's why I'm confused.
No, it's not finalized until they go back with
So a
an
request
actual
is made.
plan. Right.
They presented to the Development Authority, and they approved the conceptual
That's
10-year tax abatement. Could you tell me what that tax abatement includes?
It's an investment of about 550 million, and the investment would actually be a reduction in taxes, 50% the first year. It's reduced by 5% the next year, 45%, goes all the way for 10 years.
Which taxes are included in the tax abatement?
That's the school taxes, all of the taxes.
All taxes?
Are reduced.
Rental tax?
Of course, it's.
5% rental tax as well?
I'm sorry?
The 5% rental tax, is that abated as well on the rental units?
It's a total 50%.
Of all
reduction.
taxes?
Correct. So right now, with the parking lots, of course, they'll have to show that with the current parking lots, the value is not as high until you develop on the parcels. So that changes, of course, and it's all speculative as to what the actual appraised value would be. But if you do have a parking lot without development, and there is development, of course, although the taxes go up and there's a 50% abatement, there's still not a total abatement, is what I'm trying to get at.
Well, and maybe you can't answer this question, Sean, an assessor, but how would you evaluate, how you would value that property each year would be different, right? Depending upon, the first year they haven't started construction, it's going to be on land value mostly. So each year as they add components in the phased approach, if all this happens, then the value of the property begins to go up, correct?
That's correct.
And so even though they're increasing the property tax by 5% a year, it's all going to be dependent and driven by the value of the existing structures on the property and whether they're even open for business and all that stuff. So I just think it's important that be made very out front as we consider this application, because it is a 10-year tax abatement. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff on this item? Director Cook, I do have just a few left over from some of the questions you've already received. We've got some feedback going on. Is everybody off? Don't want to pop anybody's eardrums, so let's make sure we don't have the feedback. We're good? Okay. I heard you talking about spaces in the mall. That would be a component of this development because the others aren't required to be built, aren't committed to being built. I don't remember seeing a spaces in the mall. Is there spaces in there currently? Because I don't remember seeing it the last time I looked.
We'll have to ask the applicant if that's a good point. I don't know if they've actually completed the spaces within the mall.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll take that up with the applicant. Well, let me ask you this way, though, because my concern is my experience has been, having sat through multiple mixed-use developments, including Avalon and City Center, this is very different. And so when Avalon was built, the apartments were built on top of retail, and they're owned by the same master developer. Whoever owns the mixed-use development owns the apartments, they own the retail, they own the office that's over the retail. That's not what we're looking at here. And so what I'm trying to get at about the spaces is anything that's not conditioned may not happen.
Correct.
And so if there's not a condition saying spaces, if there isn't already, I'll find out in a minute, I'm sure, whether there is one existing now, if there's not a condition saying there has to be an office component in the mall, there's no way to make sure it happens.
That's accurate.
Okay, just want to make sure I was
Yes.
clear on that, because when you said spaces is already there as an office component, I'm not familiar with that part of the mall, if that's the case. Let's see. I don't want to be redundant with some of the others. I know you also sit on the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and I do have concerns about the hotel component. When I look at this mall development, unless there was a substantial office component, I don't see any demand that would be added from this. The apartments don't need a hotel. The limited retail that would be added certainly don't call for a hotel. And with the volume of hotels we already have in that corridor, I'm concerned about that component altogether. Do you share that concern? I know we've talked before. You've heard everything.
I do. Yeah, I do. And you could either, remove it as an allowed use or leave it in there as a conditional use. But I had thought by the, this was been submitted, almost a year ago? So we thought we would have the details on that hotel by now, and we don't.
Okay. And I know, as you were talking about those ratios, could you remind me again of the ratio of housing owner to rental occupied in continuum that was just approved a couple of weeks ago?
That one, let's see.
Maybe 10%?
It's actually 26.
So the owner occupied is a quarter of the housing component on
That's
that
correct.
mixed-use development. I thought it was much higher than what's being applied for
Yeah,
here.
so Avalon
And-
16, but that's
Right, okay.
26.
And if I recall, I believe you sent out something saying that the other mixed-use development on Windward Parkway at North Point has also requested a rental component in that mixed-use development?
that's correct. They submitted the 1st of November,
And what was the number of units they've,
130.
and how much owner-occupied do they have in that plan?
Mayor, I believe it's over 200 units, but I don't have that ratio. But yes, it's definitely more than the
So
one.
200 owner-occupied versus what are they asking for rental?
Yeah, that sounds like,
Or
very,
what's the
very
rental
close.
component? I didn't
Oh,
write it down.
130 units.
Okay. Let's see. And that was all in the Alpharetta High School, Webbridge Middle School, and Creekview Elementary School cluster, right? Both of those continuum
Yes,
and Windward Park, those both feed into Alpharetta High School,
that's
Webbridge
my
Middle.
understanding.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Dorito?
Thank you. I should have asked this when I was talking about the tax abatement. In your 31 years with the city and a lot with community development, has the city ever, through the Alpharetta Development Authority, ever provided tax abatements on residential, either for rent or for sale developments?
Well, I've been working with the Development Authority for 2 years, so I would probably have to put that to, I don't know if Tom or James, who used to work in economic development.
Yeah, we've done, during my time down there, we did 2 residential deals. One was for what's now Park Alpharetta, I think it's still called, which is a primarily senior adult property on West Side. Then we also, prior to that, the first one that we did was for what was at that time Governor's Point, the acquisition and redevelopment of that property to become Manchester on Mansell, which was a significant upgrade at the time.
James, did you work on the city center?
I
Abatement?
was not involved in the
I
city center
wasn't
bonds.
involved.
I didn't know the answer, I just wanted to know, but I know Governor's Point, I was on council when, I think we did that, actually, and there was reasons for that. We're having a lot of, let's suffice to say, safety issues there, and issues that the city got involved to try to mitigate that. And then as far as the assisted living, that's the first I've heard of that, but it seems like assisted living is almost somewhat, services are being provided there as well, so it's a little bit different from, I'm talking about pure housing projects such as, rental, for rent units or for sale units, just housing, period. But
Yeah, I mean, each applicant has to make their case as to why it's good for the public for the abatement.
all right, thank you.
Councilman Binder?
Yeah, Kathy, I missed one thing. The grocery requirement that's addressed in D. So two questions. Where is the grocery listed on the site plan?
So they don't have it actually listed, but they would be required to show that before they could receive a permit and a CO.
So they don't have it, the requirement in the submitted site plan?
No, and maybe they can provide more information, but we would not be able to issue the actual permit until they show where that's located.
And 500 feet, how is that, I'm going to say how is that measured, but is it from the boundary of the property, 500 feet out from the boundary, or from the center of the property, 500 feet?
We would be looking at all of these out parcels. I mean, it's not going to make sense for it to go across the street. I mean.
So I was kind of looking at that too, because depending on where you measure the boundary of what they own, 500 feet could cross the street into the parking lot where Target is, that has a grocer. So should we better bound that to say, hey, between Haynes, Encore, North Point Parkway, and 400, or?
I think that's a good point, because it's going to be difficult for people, of course, to cross over.
Seems like one that we'll have to get lawyers involved on each side to argue what 500 feet is. Okay.
Oh, I put the wrong.
Any other questions for staff on this item? Thank you, Director Cook.
Thank you.
If the applicant would like to come forward, now's your opportunity to do so.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Terry Montesi, CEO and founder of Trademark Property Company, based in Fort Worth. With me are Jeff Johnson, who runs development for Trademark, and Monica Luetta, Senior Director of Development. Thanks for the opportunity to present to you all this evening. We're here to discuss what we hope is the future of the former North Point Mall, now branded North Point. We're here to give you the facts to help you make an informed decision. We know this is a really important one for y'all, and we take our responsibility to deliver accurate information to you very seriously. Since our August presentation to the Planning Commission, we've received a lot of feedback from the community, staff, and members of the council. And you will see that we've been very responsive to virtually every suggestion. So first, I'm going to start by just giving you a little, very brief introduction and background to Trademark, our company. So we just celebrated our 30th anniversary a couple of weeks ago. I founded the company in 1992. We've been involved in 48 retail and mixed-use projects totaling about $4.6 billion. We've executed on 20 successful public-private partnerships, and we currently have a portfolio that we operate that totals 9.4 million square feet coast to coast, 17 properties. We have 110 employees with 60 at corporate in Fort Worth. All the pictures you'll see as we go along are projects that we've developed or redeveloped. So our redevelopment experience, we've actually completed 18 redevelopments in the U.S., all mixed-use and retail property types, from research to branding, master planning, redevelopment, renovation, and development. And we've got a success record of adding value via amenitization and mixing uses. Our people are experienced nationwide, and you see the round red circles are places in this country where we operate properties today. So I'm just going to give you a couple of brief case studies, and then we're going to move on to the important matter at hand and talk about the specifics of North Point. So in 2002, we bought some land in the Woodlands, which is actually, that's north of Houston, very comparable suburb to Alpharetta, actually. And we developed a town center that many have emulated across the country, and it opened in 2004. So this property has been wildly successful. It is the Woodlands Avalon. It has a lead on it. It's very, very successful. I'm told it's a top 80 or 90 property in the country for retailers. And it's doing it's very highly productive sales per square foot wise, almost $1,000 a foot without Apple. And you see, you can look real quickly at our tenant roster. It's got very much a best-in-class tenant roster, including luxury tenants. Just some pictures of some of our storefronts. This project has already been evolved and renovated, even though the full opening was about 16 years ago. And you can see it's the kind of place that I think you guys would be proud to have in your community. So Galleria Dallas, we're the steward of Galleria Dallas for UBS, a big pension advisor, and they brought us in to revision the mall. It's a different type location, a different situation, but there are a lot of analogs. It's 1.4 million feet, very comparable in size to North Point Mall. And what you see top right is the current plan, and bottom right is the future plan that we've come up with. And you see a boutique hotel and less retail and a public space. Sounds familiar. So you see some of the existing mall on the top and the proposed after down below. Again, here you see what was on top was the existing mall, and down below, after we would demolish a portion of the mall and add boutique hotel and public space. The interior of the Galleria, I bet some of you have even seen this project today. And then what we're doing, we're even adding an indoor public space by moving over the skating rink at this iconic project. And lastly, just to share, so this is the plan. That one of the things that it has in common with our plans for North Point is demolishing a portion of the mall, about 20% of a 3-level mall, and adding a public space and multifamily tower, boutique hotel, creative office, and a Class A office tower. So we have the experience, and that is just a couple of our 48 projects that we've touched. So North Point, the future is now, and we believe that. Existing conditions, I think you're all familiar with. This is a dated, oversized, old model mall. Its best tenants left for Avalon, and that left North Point distressed, with a significant reduction in sales productivity and therefore tax productivity for your community. Then New York Life ultimately took over ownership from Brookfield. You're lucky to have a very stable owner with deep pockets and the will and capital to pursue the full development of this project. They recognize the need for evolution, and they hired us to lead the revisioning, to give Alpharetta the kind of mall transformation that most communities only hope for and work very hard to attract. Our vision is to sustainably reuse whatever we can and add and delete what's needed to ensure long-term viability in an ultimately financially viable form, which obviously is the only way this goes from a dream to reality. We're requesting a rezone of 83 of the 100 acres that is owned by New York Life. And the good news is very, very few malls have one owner that controls 83% of the land and is also prepared to invest hundreds of millions of dollars if we can reach agreement. So we have engaged in intense community engagement. We started in March of 21, and we start by listening. We had a survey, and we had 1,370 responses. Some of the things they said was more outdoor green space. We want a public space. We want a unique, updated look and experience. It needs redevelopment. We want entertainment, fun, more social activities and events. We want better stores and restaurants. We want a family-friendly environment. And they said we want improved parking versus Avalon. We heard that a lot. We've heard it a lot. One quote from the survey that I have to share with you. It was wonderful 20 years ago, but it no longer meets shoppers' preferences in terms of appearance, infrastructure, or offerings, and desperately needs to be reimagined as a connected, sustainable, and attractive, outdoor-focused live, work, play community with far less concrete. It's as if they read our mind. And we agree wholeheartedly. Actually, we have had 4 very recent community meetings, and we've had 286 pledges of support from Alpharetta citizens. Our social media posts have driven almost 10,000 clicks to our redevelopment website. So there's a lot of community interest. And I heard almost zero opposition. So earlier, Councilman Will mentioned, and the words he used were, there was substantial pushback. We have not had substantial pushback in the community. And today, did y'all see the letters from Macy's and Dillard's head of real estate by chance? Y'all did? Because I have copies. If you want, just tell me and I'll bring you a copy.
If I could interrupt you since you mentioned that. Does New York Life own the Macy's parcel?
No. They do own the Macy's parcel? Sorry. Yes, they own the Macy's parcel.
Okay.
Okay.
Just checking.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
Macy's has tons of control, though, too, over what happens at the mall.
I understand.
They
I
have
was told
REA.
previously that Macy's owned their building.
Yeah. So, sorry, they lease. They have a ground lease. They control their building, sorry. They control their building, but they don't own it. But through REAs, all the anchors, they have to approve everything we do. And they are wholeheartedly on our side. So if you want to see a copy of that letter, I have extras.
I've seen it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And one thing, a vast majority of the people that we talked to expressed fear of what happens if the redevelopment doesn't happen. Hardly any of them expressed any real opinion about whether it was 800 or 600 multifamily units. So our plan, as you've seen, we'll demolish a portion of the mall. We want to right-size the retail. Some of the mall space is viable. There are a number of malls in viable trade areas around the country that are doing the same thing, demolishing a portion of a mall and redeveloping an outdoor vision next to that. We're demolishing almost 500,000 feet of the existing mall and leaving 874,000 feet of mall and anchor space. And we're building that community core first to have a world-class walkable outdoor mixed-use village to be able to attract office buildings and better retailers and ultimately a hotel, et cetera. Our original plan, we actually originally were designing 1,200 multifamily units, which was still way below the average around the country. But staff pushed back and we went with 900. And then we originally had 36 for sale units. Our revised plan. So we listened to a lot of feedback. By the way, somebody mentioned, I'll just describe it. The phase 1 multifamily building that is planned right of Macy's, that does have retail on the ground floor. You see the red hatch, that is retail, and that would be owned by the same owner, Mayor. You expressed that concern. The same owner would own their multifamily and that retail and the retail in the middle and the mall. So we kept the original framework, but made the following changes, guided by staff and Planning Commission. We increased the for sale units to 103 from 36, from 4% to 12% of the total. We reduced for rent residential units from 900 to 875, but it's now in 2 phases instead of 3, accelerating the construction timeline by 2 years. That was expressed as important. We removed 142,000 of commercial retail space and added 282,000 feet of office space. This plan is valued at estimated cost of $550 million of investment. And we have discussed and expect to receive a tax abatement totaling less than 3% of the total cost. Across the country, that would normally average 10%. I've never seen public participation this low on a distressed major redevelopment like this. We also identified that future MARTA shared garage in a prospective public-private partnership in working with staff. Councilman Hipes, you asked a question, and without the office, if it has the indoor retail renovated, the outdoor retail, the public spaces, the creative office, there is, if you look above the Dillard's garage to the right of H&M on the plan, it says 25,000 feet of co-working. You mentioned the spaces deal. We do not have a spaces deal in the mall today, but we do plan to have co-working or creative office in the phase one right there. And that we control. We would not need to pre-lease that or find anyone else to be involved in that. We believe that is a mixed-use project. In my opinion, I'm nationally, people would say, hey, mixed-use expert. I'm not trying to beat my own horn, but I'm on panels all the time with Mark Toro and others like that. And I would say because we have more than one use, plus, well, actually, 3 uses if you include the creative office, and we have the public spaces and programming, that would be a mixed-use project. And it'll be a lot better when the hotel is there and when the office is there, no question. And that's what we want. And we believe that Alpharetta office market, we don't know what's happening to the market the next couple of years with the pending recession. But we believe that there is demand for future office and that next to walkable mixed-use environments is where the office tenants of the future want to be. Of note, the Kimley Horn traffic study forecasts 4% less traffic than a fully occupied mall. And this includes 19 acres of open space, more than required by the city. Proposed development scope, 154,000 feet of new retail and restaurant, 874,000 feet of mall space that's renovated, 427,000 square feet of office and co-working space, 150 key hotel, full service. Let me tell you, it's super hard to find a full service hotel in today's economy. That what they're building is these sort of boutique select service, which would be, it looks like a full service hotel, but they don't have a full service restaurant in them. Just the fact that it says full service that's very hard to attract, and that's a pretty high bar, but we'll certainly work with you to make sure you're comfortable. 103 for sale townhomes and 875 for rent residential units. And the 103 townhomes. So the phase one, this is a really important point. Our phase one redevelopment is $360 million, including the first multifamily project. And we have to spend, and I'll get to the details, but we have to spend $174 million before, a bunch of other stuff I'm going to tell you about, before we can get a CO on the first multifamily project. We cannot go and build multifamily and not do a bunch of other things, and I'm going to detail that in a minute. So you see the phase one, almost 90,000 feet of retail and restaurant that's new. That's the orange buildings that you see out around the public space. And somebody mentioned, I think Kathy mentioned that those were restaurant. It's not all restaurant. That would be restaurant and retail. 31,000 feet of entertainment space that overlooks the green that's attached to the existing mall. 6,000 square foot food hall that's under the creative or office or co-working. The renovated mall space we've talked about, the co-working creative office we talked about, a large phase one for rent residential project, and the 10,500 foot event plaza, which is 1.5 times that of Avalon. That was another thing we heard, was build a green space bigger than Avalon. And we're investing in the stormwater park, about 1.4 acres of it. So in a few years, in place of empty parking lots at North Point, we could see walkable sidewalks and storefronts, lush green spaces, and a live event plaza, and residents and office workers walking to work, shop, and dine at North Point. We hope to create a redevelopment. What we plan would definitely be that continues the city's tradition of best-in-class real estate projects. So the phase one, this is important, I've heard a lot of concern about it. The phase one, it starts with $58 million, and that's about half of that is a mall renovation. And for a mall that's going to be as small as it is indoor, that is a major renovation. And we're going to show you images in a minute, and we're willing to back that up. And the other half of that, almost $30 million, is site work and demo of a mall. It is very expensive to demolish an existing mall. And so that's something that's very, very different about this project than Avalon, Continuum, et cetera. We don't show up with a blank slate. We have to spend $30 million demoing the mall and doing the infrastructure and site work just to get started. That's a lot of money. If you'd have said to Avalon, you have to write us a $30 million check before you can get to it, it would have never happened. The construction schedule, we get asked that a lot, and I know the timeline is important to the community. Obviously, assuming we don't have some major recession that shuts everything down. Demo and construction would start Q1 '24, first phase complete Q2 '26, phase 2 complete Q3 '28. And so based on this schedule, you'll see real change real fast. We will dramatically upgrade the indoor experience with that almost $30 million investment. The design of the project is walkable. It's focused on the outdoors. High-quality architecture, design standards put in place by the DRB. Focus on F&B, so restaurant, entertainment, and retail that's family-friendly, approachable, casual, and new to Alpharetta. And our driving strategies are right-size the mall footprint, introduce a walkable, amenitized, sustainable live, work, play neighborhood where all uses are needed to create a sustainable place, and add a variety of world-class green spaces and community amenities. So what's the mall going to look like? So what I can tell you is this mall has pretty good bones. I've seen a bunch that didn't. But you won't recognize a new North Point when we're finished. These images, or better, are what we're going to deliver. And so the renovation will be similar to what's shown here. Again, if we show you something better, we're guessing you're going to say, okay. The indoor experience will be elevated. That'll be a significant investment that I mentioned. And it needs to complement the high-quality outdoor village to ensure the viability of the remaining indoor portion. We believe having indoor and outdoor is an advantage because it does get cold and rain and get hot in this climate, just like ours. So the future is an indoor-outdoor walkable mixed-use neighborhood. So just make sure you see these images. You do not recognize that. I certainly don't. So our public spaces, this large event plaza and the event plaza that the green space that those small red buildings on the plan are built around, will be one of the largest outdoor gathering areas in North Fulton County. That 10,500-foot event green with the stage and surrounding plaza is more than 1.5 times the size of Avalon's. It'll accommodate up to 2,500 concert goers, again, host large festivals, farmers markets, et cetera. We have a bunch of other small outdoor rooms between those red buildings, the single-story buildings that we've talked about, with a lot of different play areas, seating areas, outdoor adult play, et cetera. And our goal is for the outdoor spaces, not the mall, not even the retail, but the outdoor spaces to be destination worthy, separate from the shopping or dining. And the event plaza is surrounded by entertainment, co-working, food hall, restaurant, so it'll be a great space even when there's not an event. Let's see here. Oh, sorry. So note these images, because this is a really, really high-quality, interesting project. You will be super proud of this. So we start with a heavily landscaped, green-centric biophilic, walkable outdoor retail village that is the heart and soul of the development. It replaces the demolished portion of the mall. There's less total retail, but better retail with great public spaces and beautiful, interesting, small buildings. As I mentioned, we'll make significant investments in those destination-worthy outdoor spaces. And just take a second to look at these. I want that in my community. We don't have anything that interesting in Fort Worth. So the residential neighborhood. And I want to comment on this, just this rendering. This is not the kind of apartments that people talk about transients living in that drag their communities down. It'll include connectivity to the Alpha Loop and sidewalks and trails throughout. As you know, we've proposed 875 high-quality multifamily units in 2 phases. These are of comparable quality in amenities and rents as the projects at Avalon and Alpharetta City Center, with rents averaging somewhere around $2,500 a month. No transients I know in this country can afford that. So the residential buildings, again, the character of these buildings, it costs more to have the buildings move up and down and in and out and to have that cutout that you see in the bottom left in the middle. But we want this to be special. Your staff has encouraged us to make it special. So we did a study of 19 mall redevelopments around the U.S. And what you see is the average number of multifamily units planned or entitled is over 1,800 at those. And the average acres is 63. So the average density per acre is 29. Our average density per acre of multifamily is 10.5 per acre, the second lowest amongst all those 19, and it's the lowest density among the 19. And this area is, as I've studied around and traveled around and met with tons of planners and city officials, this is where most people in this country would want multifamily. They would want rental housing in an area that's surrounded by roads and is in a big commercial district. They'd want to densify and add residential to a commercial district like that. You heard Kathy mention the schools. The redevelopment plans creates an additional $6.5 million of tax, $6.5 million tax dollars for the school district versus the current mall. The other thing I'll say, I got something out of order, so I'll just leave it here. So the renter demos, the demographics of the renters. At Avalon, the renters average over $150,000 a year in household income. That is virtually identical to the average for the entire Alpharetta community. With all due respect to the Planning Commission, those are not transients that live at Avalon, and these will not be transients that live here. These are renters by choice. These are young professionals, empty nesters, maturing singles and couples. They are committed Alpharetta residents. We can't find any examples in this country of garage-parked, amenitized rental housing in mixed-use environments becoming a problem for a community. The type that have become problematic for communities is typically they're surface parked garden apartments. They are usually kind of removed from the walkable districts, and they're not in an amenitized walkable area. All rental housing is not created equal. And today's companies and their employees, they want walkable, amenitized, mixed-use environments. We know it's important to y'all to attract more businesses to Alpharetta, and we think this is exactly what's needed. You've seen the success of the office at Avalon. To ensure the long-term economic viability of Alpharetta, the city needs attractive office sites to welcome potential relocations. Now Jeff will share the opportunities that he sees for Alpharetta.
Good evening, Mayor Gilvin and members of City Council. Jeff Johnson with Trademark Property Company. So I'm just going to share a few additional opportunities for the redevelopment as it relates to probably specifically North Point as well as the greater community. And then we're going to turn it over. We're going to look at a quick video, and then Terry's going to provide some closing comments. And so I'm going to jump right into the opportunities that we see for North Point Mall. So right off the bat, we've talked a lot about the LCI and the fact that this is in a commercial district. This redevelopment will really provide a catalyst redevelopment to really start the entire vision of the LCI. The $500 million project, from our perspective, is really the start of what the North Point area can be long term. And if we can't get something started in the near term, how are others going to feel confident to make investments in this area? Additionally, we've talked a lot about the low residential housing population within the LCI. This, again, is an opportunity to get people on site to start making the North Point area not just a commercial district, but a place to live that's walkable and is a place that the city of Alpharetta can really be proud of. We also feel like transforming the existing mall into a sustainable regional mixed-use destination creates the opportunity for office users to either stay in Alpharetta or to relocate. And that's a big piece of business for North Fulton as well as Alpharetta. And as we've dug in and seen post-pandemic office users, they're down 31%. So pre-pandemic, the number of people coming to the office daily is down 31%. And how are we going to get them back to Alpharetta, get them back in their office? Mixed-use development and creating sites that provide the opportunity for the community to bring new office users to Alpharetta is much needed, community-wide and specifically in North Point. So let's just touch for a minute on the connectivity to infrastructure. And I think I really need to start with the investment that the community has already made in infrastructure to get the North Point LCI started. Encore Parkway, creating the Alpha Loop connection, and really trying to promote how do we connect North Point to the rest of the city of Alpharetta. You all are leading that investment today. You've been doing it for decades. You've been planning for it. Now is one of the first opportunities to really get that catalyst project to start the vision that you all set forth years ago, as early as 2008. And this vision and the investment that you all have made through the past decade and a half now can come true. The other piece I just want to touch on that Terry discussed briefly is the impact of property taxes. Today, North Point Mall provides about $1.5 million of total tax, whether that's paid out to the schools, Fulton County, or to the city. As we look at the mall over the long term, if nothing happens, that tax value is going down. Today it's $1.5 million. Where does it go? $1 million, 500,000 out over the next decade or so. With the redevelopment plan, even with tax abatement, and I guess I want to note, the tax abatement contemplates that the tax collection to the taxing authorities stays the same. So it's not as if property taxes go down during the abatement period. There's a base property tax amount that is paid, just like the mall is today. So over the life of the redevelopment, the stabilized tax payments annually will be $7 to $9 million. So yes, there's an abated period, but today you're getting $1.5 million a year. You'll be getting $1.5 million a year during the redevelopment, as well as that increment that still would be paid to the taxing authorities. So net, it's about a $7 million gain annually in property taxes as you're working, once you get through that tax abatement period, and you're still a heck of a lot better off even during the abatement period. And so I just wanted to clarify that a little bit. I know we'll have an opportunity to have a lot of discussion here, so I'd like to quickly move to the video. And Terry, if you want to touch on that.
Yeah, I'll comment if I think I can add anything, but a lot of this is just, I think, it's pretty self-explanatory. This is the 3D view of our current plan that we proposed. Really brings it to life. Under that building, the ground floor is all retail parking. A lot of the parking provided for the office and retail is in that existing dealer's garage, which, Pennies and Pennies primarily, but a lot of Pennies and a lot of the existing retail currently uses that parking. Here we are driving towards Macy's, essentially, in the new retail village with the multifamily on the right, and the multiple buildings and the green spaces to the left, and the large event plaza. I guess that would be the background. I'm not used to narrating these. The event plaza, the new co-working above that you're looking at right there on the left, or creative office. The stage and the new indoor-outdoor entry that you see there. Like I said, you won't recognize North Point. More indoor views. This is only a couple of minutes, so we're about done. Whoops. If it's dead, we can move on. Try one more time. Well, I'll go ahead and do my closing. If it comes back on, just yell at me, somebody, and I'll stop and we can watch the rest. Thank you, guys. Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll move on. So that's the vision, but there's still plenty of challenges. You probably notice inflation. Well, in our business, construction costs on this project from the bid we got a year ago is up almost 20%. $100 million. No kidding. Interest rates. You've seen interest rates are up almost 4%, and that adds currently an estimated of over $30 million in project cost over the next 5 years. The real estate capital markets are freezing up. So there's a lot of challenges out there. Again, you're super, super fortunate to have a deep-pocketed owner here. The last challenge is we don't have agreement yet on the number of rental housing units. But that 225 units that we're currently in disagreement on is worth millions of dollars and disqualifies the return at 650. So to answer your question, Brian, New York Life will not move forward at 650. The numbers don't work. As a matter of fact, of note, the City of Alpharetta housing study forecasts 10,100 rental housing units in the market in 2026. And I'm confident that no one in this community is going to notice whether it's 10,100 or 10,300, with the other 200 being really high quality garage parked multifamily. But they will notice if North Point Mall stays in this steady, slow decline it's in today. So in our view, there's nothing but positives for Alpharetta if our plan is approved. It improves the quality of life in the community with a new walkable mixed-use neighborhood that's different from Avalon, with new larger outdoor spaces, and funds important community infrastructure. It's a catalyst for the growth of a future, vibrant North Point district. It generates $13.5 million in additional total taxes over the next 10 years, and that includes our tax abatement. And it avoids the likelihood of blight and public safety issues experienced at dying malls around the country. It delivers attainable housing for young professionals, teachers, firefighters, and policemen, and Class A post-COVID office sites and buildings attractive to best-in-class office tenants and their new young professional workers. I can personally guarantee you that you will never regret approving this tonight. Thank you for your time and your interest in our plan and for inviting us into your community. Thank you very, very much.
I didn't realize that I needed to say this, but this is not for public applause, no cheering or jeering if comments are made that you don't agree with. We're adults here. This is a major project for all of us. Let's respond accordingly, okay? We saw the emails. We know why you're here. We appreciate that. Is that all the applicant's presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Councilman Binder?
So, because we were kind of under a gag order while you were doing your PR blitz, which was just fantastic. I love the getting out there. But reports were saying 1,500, and then you said 1,200. But you've never submitted that. It was 900, right?
No, submitted, yes.
Yes. Okay.
We talked with staff. We didn't formally submit.
Okay.
That's correct.
Grocery store. I'm going to ask where is it?
You bet. Let's see if I can. So,
Yeah, and it's a small community, grocery service store. It's not a big. We couldn't get a big grocery store back in the middle of this.
No,
mile off the main road.
I think I've told you on multiple meetings. I just need to.
We'll show you.
Yeah, so Councilman Binder, if you look at the south, I'll call it the southwest corner of Phase 2 multifamily, the red.
That little orange box.
It says 3.5K on it.
See the cross-hatched retail in the
Yep.
Phase 1? To the right of that. Just to the right of that. That little square, orange square.
Okay, and that'll meet the 3,500 square feet. Perfect.
Yes, sir.
So if we can add that to the conditions.
Yeah, it is. I think it's already in there.
Well, I couldn't find it in the site plan. It's in the conditions, but
It's not-
I didn't see it in the site plan.
Correct.
Help me out on, because
What was that?
Well, I'm trying to follow Councilman Binder's question and the answer, and there was a reference to the original plan. That's
Oh,
not.
I'm so sorry, Councilman Hypes.
It's the same,
Yeah,
same spot.
Okay, with reference to that, please go ahead.
thank you.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
So, parking, always been an issue, and we learn every time we do a mixed use, and then we walk it, of what we need. So, is public parking, where is that located? And maybe if you can use, Kathy, or put a paper one and use your finger so that everybody can.
Sure. Whoops. How'd that happen?
How do we switch to? Okay.
And this is one thing I'll say is mixed-use parking has a lot of shared parking. You don't build, because hotel and office, our office is gone at night and hotels there at night. So we do a lot of shared parking and do a lot of shared parking studies. So we're very comfortable that our parking is going to be much better and easier to use and easier to find than Avalon's.
And everyone's told me that up this day, and then
So we're gonna get
I'm
into
hoping
it.
you're not going to have any of your retailers boot like we have in some of our other
No,
mixed-use
I
developments.
got it.
But
So Councilman Binder, to address parking, two primary garages. One is the Phase 1 retail and residential garage. So first 2 levels are retail, and then it will be gated and for residential above. And then really leveraging existing infrastructure. The existing garage out on the south end of the mall today, next to JCPenney, is sorry, I can't quite read that, 1,175 stalls.
And is that owned by Dillard's?
It's owned by Dillard's, but there's a shared use agreement.
We have the
It's
right to
wide
use.
open.
Okay, so there will be no booting.
No, sir.
And
Yes, sir.
by virtue of taking down a couple 100,000 square feet of interior mall that really utilize that.
Well, and
parking
pennies.
garage.
I mean, we're taking
Pennies.
down 500,000 feet, and we're putting back 150. There's 350,000 feet parked at 4.5 per thousand. So what is that, like 1,300 spaces that are of demand that's gone away that we can use now?
So, yeah, that'll work out. One thing, and so I believe I heard you say something pending recession when you were saying the upcoming recession. So I don't know where you
Well,
are.
I'm going to tell you guys the truth. If we have a deep recession, could slow some things down. Right?
Okay. Well, because you mentioned, I thought I heard the pending recession earlier, saying that there's one upcoming, which I think everyone kind of sees that.
Most everybody thinks there is.
So, but then you said it'll slow down, you may slow down construction if there's a recession. So is there any kind of adjustments we need to understand on there? I'm trying to get rid of the double.
I get it, but none of us, I mean, you couldn't write a document that said, and if the recession is this deep, we're going to, we'll come back and talk to you if we have to.
Perfect. And then I wanted to ask if you are aware that we've approved, I think probably right around a $30 million plan to streetscape, right, for public at North Point Parkway. We're spending tens of millions on the loop. So I want to be very clear now that I'm off my gag order now, so I can talk, is that you are aware that we're putting about 40 million at least in public infrastructure improvements to help North Point Parkway. So you're not alone and unabetted.
Oh, we get it.
Okay.
Get it.
That's it.
Thank you.
Councilman Dorito?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Terry and Jeff. I guess these questions for you, Terry. You presented the 17 properties that you're currently developing, managing, or have developed. The ones you showed, Mark Street, Woodlands, and Galleria Dallas, I'm kind of familiar with both of them, actually. There's no residential components in those two, is there?
No, the Woodlands, when we bought that land, they wouldn't give us any multifamily zoning. They were kind of greedy, and they let us do office and hotel and retail. We tried hard, but they wouldn't let us have any. And if we had, let me tell you, if we had multifamily in that project, if you've been there, it'd get the highest rents in all of suburban Houston.
Okay.
And if I could, just to be clear, as it relates to Market Street Woodlands.
Yeah.
That was a vacant piece of ground bought in 2002 in much different retail economic times where you had retailers growing. You had retailers paying top rents. That's not where the market is today. Yeah. We've already talked about the fact that we've got a mall that's dying. We've got an owner that's willing to make a substantial investment in the community. And just to get to the dirt is $58 million. And the need for multifamily is real. And so I think that's as much about
And that's a good thing for both of us.
Of a mixed-use project versus the fact that there is no multifamily. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, but the Galleria, the city wants multifamily there.
Could you follow up on your statement that the need for multifamily is real?
Here?
Can you explain that?
Yeah, and I
Your
think
perspective.
the need for multifamily, there's a lot of meanings that it's real. It's real for the financial viability of this project.
Yeah, the rents are high, and people are paying up to be in walkable mixed-use projects like we're in and like Avalon.
From a macro standpoint, the country is substantially short of housing, whether that is for sale, for rent. The barrier for young professionals, firefighters, et cetera, to be able to buy a house has gone up. That need for housing is real, not just at this project, but across the country. And I think there's a shift in demand of the type of housing that's needed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
that's a great answer. Just touching on the tax abatement, you talked about how you're still going to pay that $1.7 million a year, which is the first I'm hearing of that. How far down on the pike are you with the agreement with the Development Authority? Are they waiting for approval to have you go back and?
So at this point, we've had our preliminary meeting. No sort of draft of documents have started or anything of that nature. We really just, once we had that first meeting, stopped until we.
But they approved something. What did they approve?
I'd have to, Councilman DeRito, I'd have to really pull that document out. I believe they approved the tax abatement in form, but not in the full details.
Okay. On the other half of the mall, it's really, well, it is half. It's mainly Von Maur and Dillard's. And I did get the letter from the Dillard's VP, but I didn't see the Macy's letter, so just, but have you had discussions with them as to, or maybe I'll put it this way, what's your perspective on, and I know that this has come up in the Planning Commission hearings, and I'm sure with city staff, but I'd like to hear your current position on it, because I think there was one Planning Commission, it was probably the first one when you went before them, where you were still in discussions with them. And the reason I'm asking this is the viability of that portion of the mall being sustained and being viable for the construction period. And I just want an honest answer, because my perspective, I wish we were talking about the whole acreage of the mall on a plan, because I don't know if that area would survive the construction period and the type of development you're putting in. I will predict that we'll have another application coming for us in the future, which is not a bad thing. I'm not saying it's bad, but.
I'd like to give you just some industry feedback. So we have a number of, and there are a number of mall tenants that's where they prefer to be. And we have a number of them today in a mall that's this big. We're taking it in half. We're moving a lot of them in this half that's going away over here. During the construction period, you might guess you have to lower their rent, and that's part of our pro forma, is that part of the cost to keep them is you have to give them a sweet deal during the construction. This is not uncommon, and Macy's and Dillard's sure feel it's going to be viable. Can I hand you this, Macy's?
Sure. Is it a copy? Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure you looked at the North Point overlay and the LCI study and the Horizon 230 plan. I would love your perspective on the number of apartments that you're requesting in the application in consideration of the plans I just referenced, and the intent behind that from the city as far as managing the 68-32% ratio. I think, Jeff, you may have mentioned in your comments, I think it was you, about 1,100 units, nobody will notice it, whatever. And you're probably right. We're talking, 250 units, I'm just rounding off, difference between staff recommendation and what you would like to receive. And you already said that the project would be dead if the council proceeded down of approving the staff recommendations and the Planning Commission's recommendation. I'd like to hear your perspective on putting yourself in our position and the rental ratio that we're trying to sustain for a very good reason. It's been discussed for many years. When I was on the council back in 2001 through 2011, we had even a lower rental component, but I think it was changed 2017, 18 to make it 32%. To include assisted living facilities, which we didn't include back then. I'd just like your perspective on that. What do you think about the ratio? And why do you think it's not relevant to your project?
I'm going to start.
You go ahead and
I want you to weigh in. So several things. I'm guessing when you did that formula, it was, I don't think, I may be wrong, but that Alpharetta City Center, when these apartments here weren't up, Avalon's apartments probably weren't all up, and you didn't get to see what kind of people live there? How are these apartments going to be well maintained? Are these additive to our community? Are they the type of apartments that communities in the past have disliked, which I addressed? And, focusing on how many, 6832, and not paying attention to where. So you asked my opinion. I think that's folly because, where is just important, right? You could say, okay, we're going to cheat to 6733, whichever direction. But if they're in the wrong spot, you might be offending some folks. You might be making a planning mistake. In this district, with knowing what y'all have contemplated and what you want in this district, more is better. To help the retail, it's better. To help the office eventually in the future, it's better. To make sure that the restaurants and retail have some life, the streets have some life at night when you go through, the street's not dead. And so I just think a couple of hundred units out of 10,000 that are forecast in 2026 is nothing. Nobody's going to notice it. The location is super important. This is the right place for multifamily, surrounded by streets in a commercial district. You could go put fewer, but put them in the wrong place, and that could be really bad for your community.
But you do realize the LCI study, along with the overlay, along with the comprehensive land use plan, or Horizon 230 plan, we're calling it, does talk about multi-use in the area between Mansell and Haynesbridge Road, but it also considers that multiple developments going along that sector of the roadway. It's not just everything gets piled into what you're trying to do. You understand that, right, from those studies?
Totally. Okay. But what it doesn't contemplate is there's a distressed, dying mall that needs help. And the economics are such in the real estate market that multifamily rights are worth real money, and that's what gets this done.
In fact, I will respectfully disagree with that statement, because when I was on city council, when we got the grant to do the LCI study, it was done intentionally for that reason, because we felt that the future of the mall was going to, eventually run out its useful life, or whatever you want to call it. And that was the purpose of the LCI study. And how do we...
Councilman Dorito, I'm sorry to interrupt,
Okay.
but this is really
I have just one more question.
Questions are fine. I just
One more
think
question.
we've gotten a little beyond questioning at this point.
The comment on transients, because I know it's been in the newspaper, and it actually bothers me that we're even talking about that, because I don't think... I'll ask a question. The rental units, and you're going to have studio, 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, right? What is the average rental? If you were renting them today, I know the market's going to change by the time they get built, but what are we talking about?
Yeah, I mentioned that the average would be somewhere around $2,500 a month.
So it's not transient housing, right?
I mentioned that earlier, yes, sir.
Okay.
It is not. And believe it, we didn't create that word. The Planning Commission, that was one of their arguments against approving ours. They used the word, just to be clear.
That's fair. Thank you.
Councilman Will?
Good presentation. A couple questions. So you had some community feedback in the form of your survey results and whatnot. And I think you mentioned, I heard the number 286. When I saw an email from the other day, it was 240. Are you saying you had 286 people respond to that?
Yeah, just since then, the other day, more people have responded.
Of the 286, how many were against the project?
So the 286 is a pledge of support, saying,
Okay.
we support this project.
But there was also no. It was yes or no. How many no's were there? One no.
There was one no.
One no.
Okay. I know we had like 60 emails, and I think we had 3 no's. There seems to be a lot of support here. Let me ask you this, and that tax revenue chart you had up showed a significant amount of revenue. How much of that revenue, because I didn't hear you say it in the presentation, but then I heard a comment about X number of millions of dollars going to Fulton County schools. How much was that?
$6.5 million was in our presentation going to Fulton County schools.
So Fulton County schools get $6.5 million revenue if this project goes forward. Over 10 years?
Over 10 years.
Over 10 years, okay. Do you know how many jobs are getting created in this project?
Yeah, so during the construction phase, 243 full-time construction jobs. When complete, 900 new jobs.
900 full-time jobs added to Alpharetta.
That's correct. Net new, yeah.
Upon completion of the whole, all 5 phases.
Yep.
Your application is for 875. The recommendation was 650. We're talking a difference of 225 units. Is that correct? How many years from now before those 225 units are actually complete?
So-
Just those 225, the back 225.
Yeah, so it would be complete in 2028.
So the difference is 6 years from now, 225 units is really the sticking point. That's where we're at. Okay. And my last question, and I'm just going to say this again because you mentioned it. If we vote to approve 650, are you going to build this project?
No.
No. Okay, thank you.
The New York Life owners in the room, and we talked about earlier today. It's worth millions of dollars, and the return goes into the unsatisfactory zone.
You need 875 to build this.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you. As far as retail, you're quite familiar with our retail environment right now. How many of those retailers in Avalon or other mixed-use developments do you plan on trying to lure to your development? Is there any, or do you have other retailers nationally that you would like to bring into our area?
Yeah, no, I mentioned that earlier. These are be predominantly new to the market, predominantly F&B and entertainment. There'll be a few retailers. It'll be retailers that either can't get in Avalon because they're restricted. You know, if you have one coffee guy, the other coffee guy can't come in, that sort of thing. People that want a more informal environment, or because Avalon's full, then there's not space for them. And it's not a ton of space, but they don't have a room for a 30,000-foot entertainment user, that sort of thing. So, and we're going to have a lot of food and beverage, so we don't anticipate luring a lot. Now, around the country, sometimes there's a tenant at a place like Avalon that Avalon decides they don't want them. And it happened at the mall in Annapolis recently. So, so they might not want Pottery Barn because it's 12,000 feet anymore and they're not paying enough rent. So they might leave Avalon because Avalon ran them off, and we might talk to them. But we're not planning on, and it would be crazy difficult to take a tenant out of Avalon to move them here.
Okay, thank you. And as far as the signage agreement for a condition to improve the signs and update all the monument signs around North Point Mall, is that in your plan, and would you agree to a condition to do that?
Yes.
We do that.
Yeah.
We plan on doing it anyway.
Okay. All right. Another question. Can you agree to using, and I know you've spoken with them and there is some process that has started, but the Alpharetta Development Authority for your tax abatement and not the counties?
Yes.
So your plan?
Yes.
I'm not familiar with the difference.
We intentionally have come to the downtown Alpharetta group versus North Fulton.
Okay. The reason I ask that is that money stays within, it gets recirculated within our city and does a lot of good there. And also, do you plan to seek any federal subsidies for your housing,
No.
both now or in the future?
No, that's not in the plan.
No.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Hypes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Montesi, and your name again, I'm so sorry.
Jeff.
Jeff. All right. I'll be informal. Thank you, Jeff. I had written down some of the things that you had to say, and I've got them in quotes. The public expressed fear if there was no redevelopment.
Yes, sir.
The mall is in a steady, slow decline.
Yes, sir.
The mall is dying. What is the impetus behind those sentiments and what you're trying to accomplish with your project?
Well, that's easy. So what was it, in '08, this mall was doing almost $600 a foot per square foot in sales. Today it's,
Right at $200 a square foot.
I mean, need I say more? And tenants, a bunch of tenants left. There's a lot of vacancy, a bunch of tenants left for Avalon. We're not going to be able to attract new tenants to this mall without a major renovation.
What is the proposed interior tenant mix when the project is completed? And I'm speaking strictly of what remains of the shopping mall itself. So once you've pruned off Penny's and Sears and whatever else, what is the intended retail mix, tenant mix?
Well, I would
maybe
say,
it's office, maybe it's medical, maybe it's wholesale distributor, maybe
no,
it's
it's mall retailers.
Okay. And is the intention that the interior of the mall is going to be all retail?
Oh, yes, sir. Well, except, yeah, the interior, yeah. I mean, but to say all retail, we got to be really careful because there may be a massage place. There may be there's some things that are sort of services. A lot of malls have services in them. Might you have a spaces or a co-working, but it's retail and other uses that are commonly found in retail environments. I would say that. That's the best way to say it.
The last time I met with Trademark and New York Life, and I don't believe you were present.
I wasn't there.
I know Alan from New York Life was present. And I asked this question, and now I'll have a chance to ask you. We were talking about the importance of apartments and the commitment to building apartments. And so I said, if you had a crystal ball and could look forward 10 years, is it the case that based off of your economic assessment that apartments will be a profitable component of this project?
Oh, yeah. So
is that a fair statement?
Absolutely.
Okay. So then I asked the next question. I said, in this uncertain office environment that we're experiencing, people working for home, I see Alan nodding knowingly, because there's not that commitment to build here, is it the case that 10 years from now you don't have a crystal ball about the economic viability of office as a component of this project and therefore not willing to make that commitment at this time?
I don't know hardly any developers that could commit to you to build a spec office building, but I would say if you asked me the same question, I would expect there to be office there. And I think to look at Avalon and how well the office has done there and what we're seeing around the country, we are in the office building business in mixed use environments, is where the buildings, there's some buildings in Dallas-Fort Worth, our home market, that are getting $55 to $60 a foot per square foot in rent. Okay. And there's a building a block away getting 20. It's the new Class A buildings in walkable district, that's where everybody wants to be now.
No disrespect, those are great anecdotal stories. I'm talking about this project and your commitment as Trademark to what this will look like and what Alpharetta will see. And as in terms of a commitment, there's a commitment on apartments, but because of the uncertainty about the office environment from what we know today, that commitment's not there just yet, right?
To build office, we're going to build 25,000 feet of it in phase one.
Okay, and beyond that?
Beyond that, we can't promise.
That's fair enough.
Office. We expect phase two to build, our intention is to build that building.
Okay.
That's right just off of the south of the orange buildings.
You're saying the same thing the fellow who was there before. Intention, we'd like to do that. We're committed to the apartments. We want to do this. So then I want to ask you about future retail with, Amazon and all that. There's you're tearing down retail and you're not building retail to any degree outside. You got F&B.
We're building back 150,000 feet of retail, probably half of that's F&B and entertainment. So we're tearing down 500,000 feet. We're only building back 75,000 feet of retail, non-F&B and entertainment.
So this is your opportunity. You're the CEO, and I asked the question.
Yes, sir.
You don't have a crystal ball that says 10 years out, once this project's completed, that retail additional retail will be a viable economic component of this project.
Well, you said additional retail. I want to be very clear.
Yeah, building new retail in the new part that you're building out here.
Well, that's phase one.
And I'm talking about the entire
We're
project.
committed to build that.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's because you said, I just want to be very clear. We're committed to build that.
Okay. Now, dialing out the F&B, the food and beverage, not restaurant, but how much more retail are you building out?
Well,
in phase one that you're committed to?
So to repeat, so we're building somewhere around 150,000 feet of retail. Some of it is we're kind of building it back next to the mall. All of those red buildings, can we put a plan out? Or do y'all have a plan out?
I've got it in front of me.
Great.
The red buildings are food and beverage.
No. Kathy said that. I corrected that during my presentation. Okay. Those are retail buildings. They will have a lot of restaurants in them. They will have retailers in them. Same with the cross-hatched area in the bottom of the multifamily project in phase one. That will probably be mostly retail space.
As a percentage of the project, in terms of what you're committed to, would you not agree with me that it is a small percentage of the project that the new retail that's being built outside?
Yeah, I won't agree to that because I think what does it cost us to build that retail? Is it $80, $90 million?
Yeah, it's
so that's
about
not
$100 million.
Not in my world is that a small. We're building some very expensive, important retail that is the heart and soul of phase one.
Okay.
I think I'm going to try to answer the question because I'm trying to clarify it. So the 154,000 feet, it's about a $100 million investment, just to clarify that,
okay.
Which is about 20% of the entire project.
But it's a third of phase one. So that is not insignificant, and that is not small. I would not use those words.
And then when I think about the long-term viability of this, call it retail, it's personal service, it's boutique fitness, think Core Power Yoga, F45 type users, day spas.
Cool new digitally native companies that want to be in an outdoor environment like this.
All right, you have answered my question. So you've told me about what you're committed to in phase one and percentages and dollar amounts. I was going more square footage, but that's fine. To what degree do you have additional new retail in phase two or phase three?
No,
you're proposing 3 phases, correct?
Yeah, but look at the bright orange. It's not much.
Okay.
Additional retail.
Okay. So I got the phase one commitment, and then things could happen. Okay. Are you familiar with Market by Macy's?
We have one of the only ones open in the store in our project in Fort Worth. Yes, sir.
Okay. You're familiar, there's a Market by Macy's that Macy's launched also here in the Atlanta metro market. Mm-hmm. What is Market by Macy's?
So, and it changes. They've already changed the concept once, but it is a small Macy's store. And their idea is to go where there's not a big Macy's store. And they first went in a couple of high-end town center projects, one of ours and one in South Lake in Dallas. And now they're going in more power centers where there's not a mall anywhere near. So it's just a small, edited Macy's store, and a lot of it's an omni-channel play. You return there, you pick up there, they ship there. A lot of it's around omni-channel.
Okay, so I'm not in your line of work. Best I can say is I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express, so I'll just leave it at that. But you can go on the internet and you can find on Retail Wire, where it reports here just a couple months ago that Macy's is going to close half of its 125 underperforming stores, and they're going to a Market by Macy's concept, so that they're going to close anchor tenants and go to storefronts and preview their merchandise for online retailers. Is that a fair statement?
Well, I would not say it that way, because they are closing poor performing stores.
Retail Wire said it. I'm not saying it. I'm just reading what Retail Wire said.
Yeah, I don't want to argue with you, but if you want my opinion, I'm happy to offer it.
Okay.
It is that they are not planning, and you see the letter came from the head of real estate with Macy's that I just handed Councilman Dorito. We're friends. I know him well. He's involved in the ICSC trustee board with me. And
I've been reading ICSC.
so he
and
tells
trends.
me it is not a one-for-one. They're going to close a big Macy's and put a Market by Macy's. They are closing stores, comma, and they are opening Market by Macy's stores, not one-for-one in the same places.
And so I read that Bloomingdale's, which now owns Macy's, is going to the Bloomies concept. And they closed a 206,000 square foot shopping center in Chicago, and they're going to open up a Bloomies in its place. And so in terms of a corporate direction, Macy's, Bloomingdale's, Foot Locker, even Dillard's are moving in that direction. Is that a fair statement? Because if you're on the International Council of Shopping Center boards, I mean, you would know all those trends, right? Isn't that correct?
Yeah, Councilman, I would say that, yes, department stores are downsizing. And I know the head of real estate for Dillard's very well. I nominated both him and the Macy's person for the ICSC trustee board.
That's an International Council of Shopping Centers.
Yes,
right?
sir.
That's an authoritative source of information.
No, it's a trade association.
Okay.
Actually. I don't want to argue with you, but I don't agree exactly with what you're saying. Every department store chain is shrinking, and they're all looking for ways to better serve the customer. And there's no one-for-one. They're not all doing the same thing. Dillard's is not opening small stores. Macy's owns Bloomingdale's. Macy's owns Macy's. They are both doing it. But Von Maur's not doing it. Dillard's isn't doing it. Penny's isn't doing it. So there's a lot going on out there in retail, that's for sure.
Tell me, in your opinion, as it relates to the project, the importance of the three anchors in the remaining portion of the mall. What is the importance of those three anchors, or any one of those three anchors, to the viability of the smaller retail stores, since you told me it was going to be an all-retail mix?
Wait, so you're putting words in, what's going to be an all-retail mix?
I asked my first question.
In the mall,
Yeah.
the interior mall?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
predominantly retail, may have some boutique services like that.
That was my very first
Well,
question.
there's 4 anchors remaining. This mall is highly unusual that it had 6 to start with. Most malls in the country, probably average would be 3. This had 6.
Okay.
So you have 3. I would say if you lose 2 or more of those, it may be problematic. A lot of people go to Dillard's and leave. A lot of people go to Macy's and leave. That's the reality. Our mixed-use district is going to be a bigger, more important anchor than any of the 4 remaining anchors. And, you know, as crystal ball, 20, 30 years, I don't expect all those anchors to be there.
Okay.
There may be a redevelopment on a couple of those parcels 20, 30 years from now.
Okay. If there's a redevelopment on a couple of those parcels in the future and you're at 11.69 units per acre already, that doesn't leave any room for additional residential or multifamily on that upper left-hand quadrant of the property now, does it?
Unless the city wants to talk about it, if it's the right thing to do and it makes sense, I'm guessing the city will want to talk.
Okay. So you just mentioned, Mr. Montesi, that the mixed use will be the draw as opposed to the anchors for bringing people other than those who live there. But I did note another quote, and it might have been from you, that the apartments are needed for the economic viability of the project. I've been reading up to find, I'm searching, where is the tie between apartments and enhancing retail sales inside the mall to enhance the viability of the mall, so that if the mall were to find its demise in 10 years, we don't have an apartment complex sitting outside of a dead mall?
Yeah.
Where is the causation?
Of multifamily helping retail?
Yeah.
Happy to share. Go ahead, but I'm happy to share.
So, number one, the multifamily by virtue of people living there. It starts with that. And so what do people do in their free time? They go shop. They go to the movie. they go eat.
Walk around.
They walk around. Hey, they call their friends and say, you know what, let's have dinner. And their friend says, hey, I need to go get a dress for a function. Let's go to Macy's. Let's go to Von Maur. It's really that interconnectivity of having people living there versus getting in their car saying, I've got to drive halfway across town to go to the mall. I mean, it's really a shift in what a regional shopping area is today. And having people living there starts to change the perception of what it is, and it's just people there every day.
Feels safer.
Okay.
So it's 1,300 people, roughly, that we anticipate will live there. 1,300 people walking those streets, keeping their eyeballs out, shopping at the mall, shopping at the restaurants, inviting their friends because it's a cool place. That's why the people at Avalon, I bet they have a lot of visitors come to see them and they eat there. That makes a huge difference to the retail.
As you're, and you guys are doing great answering my questions, because this goes to the heart of what I'm concerned about. I think your F&B will do fine with your apartment complex, but the future viability of the mall is of extreme importance. If the mall dies, do you believe that the apartment complexes can maintain that standard of rental rates? Can it be the draw that you hope it will be if it's situated outside of a closed and shuttered mall?
Yeah.
For example, since you're on the shopping center trade association, you build 900 apartments outside Gwinnett Place Mall that's shuttered right now. Do you believe those apartments will be as successful as they would be if the mall was open and thriving?
No.
Okay. So that answers my core question. All of this is contingent upon the viability, the future viability of the mall. Is that a fair statement?
Well, see, I don't believe that.
Okay.
I think that the mixed-use project, that is all the outside portions, with the multifamily, the hotel, the office around it, the event plaza, the co-working, the entertainment, that project alone is a significant mixed-use project. And what happens over time, the mall doesn't shutter overnight. What happens is there's going to be $30 million spent on it today, and Dillard's and Macy's and AMC and Von Maur all want to stay. We've talked to all of them. Okay? So maybe 10, 15 years from now, something changes. We come work with you and say, hey, we need to evolve this. And your community, smart communities around the country are going to, it's going to be an active, proactive process over the next 30, 40 years to make sure that their malls and mixed-use projects stay viable.
Okay. Well, you've been very forthcoming, and I appreciate your patience with me to ask.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that.
Any other questions from council? I've just got a couple. Y'all have already covered most of the territory that I was going to ask about. I appreciate Councilman Hypes' concerns and questions about the viability of the rest of the retail. Are you familiar with the definition of transient?
I haven't looked it up, Mayor.
I thought not. So I also took umbrage to the way you've pitched that around as transients, because I watched that 4-hour meeting y'all had at the Planning Commission, and I know the intention of our comprehensive land use plan and why we balance it. So the definition is lasting only for a short time or impermanent. I'll discuss this more later, but the fact that I'll ask a question. What's the average tenure of your apartment tenants in your other projects?
I can speak to that. Waters Creek in Allen is a project that Trademark built and opened in 2008. We recently sold it. Those apartments average about 3 years. Our former property manager, who's now on our corporate team, we had a discussion about this on another project. She was the property manager for the retail portion, was friends and had a social circle.
I just have a simple question.
I understand that.
In average.
3 years, longer than normal in mixed-use environments. And we did not use the word transient. It was used against us
I know, but you said these aren't going to be transients.
That's what the Planning Commission said to us.
I understand. The point I'm trying to make is, by definition, people who only live in one place, and 3 is 50% higher than the national average, it's usually about 2 years. People that are only living in this community for 2 years, by definition, are more transient than people who are in owner-occupied housing. That's the point I was trying to get to.
And that's not how that person used it. You know, the English language is complicated. They use it as, we don't want those transients in our community.
Okay. The other point is something that Councilman Heitz touched on, Kathy Cook touched on earlier, is when we have promises come forward with applicants like yourselves, and we've had numerous of them, the only thing we can guarantee is what's in the conditions. And pretty pictures are nice about what you're going to do inside. I've heard different things about whether there'll be an office component or what that office component will be. What kind of conditions can we put in place on this project that can ensure what's going to happen on the inside of that mall?
So Mayor Gilvin, this topic did come up at Planning Commission, and one of the Planning Commission members said, you know, how do we know we're going to get the pictures, right? That the mall redevelopment.
I'm not talking about the pictures. I'm talking about the content. What's going to be in there? I'm assuming you're not going to build something that's butt ugly on the inside. I'm talking about, are you going to have 32 nail salons and a massage parlor? I mean, what's going to be in there? What are you putting into the remaining part of the mall?
Sure. So a couple of things. Right now, the way it's written, it's the retail uses that are allowed in the MU zoning. So that's something that's been discussed with city staff and is part of the conditions today. So I can say that directly, that we are committed to that.
And we are relocating a lot of tenants from the portion that's being demolished into the portion that's remaining. So it's going to be.
Which tenants
are being relocated?
Well, I mean, candidly, I don't want to go through the list. I'd be happy.
I'm trying to think of the ones that would remain.
So there are numerous tenants on that end of the mall, if you go and walk it, that
that are national
tenants that are high performers that will remain in the mall.
And we're having to spend real money to relocate them.
Victoria's Secret, and there's just numerous other national mall brands that will add to the long-term viability of the mall. Having 10 nail tenants, that doesn't add to the viability. Those are temp tenants we don't want to have.
And you don't spend $30 million renovating a mall, and it's only 180,000 feet of remaining.
You're going to condition that that's going to be $30 million spent in there?
Yeah.
If that.
I'm just curious, because like I said, I had a lot of people stand up here and tell me a lot of things.
Sure.
We've approved 2 of these already, and neither one of them have come out of the ground.
$29 million is in the pro forma today, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Heitz, not Heitz, Binder, I believe you said you had a question?
No, not anymore.
Okay. Do we not have any more questions for the applicant at this time?
Thank you very much for your time and your questions.
You're quite welcome. Pardon? So it's 9:38, and I've been sitting here for over 3 hours. I'm going to call for a quick break. Anybody needs to use the restroom, we'll be right back in about 5 to 10 minutes, depending on how long council needs to stretch their legs.
How long we ready?
All right, everyone, if we could start to get back into our seats, including our council members. Thank you, everyone. I'm waiting for Councilman Dorito to make it back right quick, and we'll go ahead and pick up. While we're waiting, the way this generally works is if you've turned in a public comment card, you'll have 3 minutes to come forward. Please state your name and address for the public record so those that are watching online can hear it. And then you'll have 3 minutes to make your point. It's not a question and answer session. And, you know, if you have questions that you want to pose to the council members, we'll address them with our staff after you've asked it, but it's not asking questions of the council and things like that. I encourage you, it's getting late. We still got a ways to go. So if we've got a lot of comments that are redundant about, I support it for this, that, and others, a lot of times it saves us all some time, that if you'll just say ditto or say I support it or something rather than using the whole 3 minutes and walking up here. I also encourage you to go ahead and line up to save, believe me, it can accumulate to 45 minutes, just people waiting and walking up to the dais and things like that. So we have everyone present and accounted for now. So Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do. As a reminder, I have a stack here, so by all means, once we're done, if there's anyone else that would like to speak, Mayor will allow the opportunity for that. Our first speaker this evening is Brandon Beach. If you'd like to come forward.
Mayor and Council, Brandon Beach, 3100 Briarfield. Thank you all for allowing me to speak. I am here in full support of the North Point redevelopment. I want to thank New York Life and Trademark for a $500 million investment. You know, the other day I was talking to my chairman and CEO of my CID, Tim Perry, who developed Avalon with North American Properties, and he made the comment to me, there's only about a half a dozen malls in the country that are worth redeveloping, North Point being one of them. And I want to piggyback a little bit on what Councilman Will said. We're a small town, and we've grown a lot. And as you said, there was pushback on Avalon. I remember that. I went to bat for Avalon with Mark Toro, and you guys were on council. There was also pushback on City Center. And now everyone wants an Avalon, and everyone wants a downtown Alpharetta. Also want to touch a little bit on density, because I remember talking to Mayor Bellow, and I remember him being worried about the density at Avalon. And I said, Mayor, as long as it's quality, nobody's going to walk down the Avalon Boulevard and say, is that 20 or 22 units per acre? As long as you have the brick pavers, you got the fountains, you got the benches and the landscaping and lighting. So I don't think density should be as big a concern as long as the quality's there. On the multifamily, you know, you've heard it doesn't work without it. I do think their rents are going to be higher than my mortgage. I do think COVID's changed a lot of things also. I know people that still work here but live in their mountain house or their lake house and then rent something here because they still are working. And I do like this development from the connectivity standpoint. As the CID, we support this. We've put a lot of money into the bridge, Encore Parkway Bridge. We also have put money into the Big Creek Greenway. And with the bike pass, I think you're going to have a lot of connectivity. The last few things I'll talk about is our impact study in the CID. We have seen that there's a direct correlation between infrastructure investment and economic development and jobs and property values and rental rates and also occupancy rates. So I would say that. Then also putting my state hat on as your state senator, we are putting $1.5 billion of infrastructure improvements in Georgia 400 with 2 lanes northbound from 285 up to Forsyth County and 2 lanes southbound. We realize this is an economic engine for our state, the Georgia 400 corridor, Alpharetta being a huge part of that. So finally, I would just say, again, piggybacking on Councilman Will, you asked the question, if this $500 million investment doesn't happen, what will happen? I will tell you, I think we will end up with a decline of property values in that area. I think that's some of the strip centers on North Point Mall will suffer, and I think we'll have a Gwinnett Place Mall on our hands because this is much needed in this area, and we've got to make sure that this mall does not die. So finally, I would have just asked for your support of this tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Shapiro?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just as a reminder, tonight we have a lot of speakers, so I will let you know when your time has expired. Our next speaker is Sean Shakuhi, possibly, if you're still present. 125 St. Armor Place. All right, our next speaker is Nick Garcia.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nick Garcia, 1300 Compass Point Crossing. I've been an Alpharetta resident for 10 years. I've had the pleasure of serving on the city's economic development board, as well as working on the long-term land use planning advisory committee. Very civically engaged, and glad I had the opportunity to do that. As a matter of full disclosure, I've worked in the commercial real estate industry for 27 years, focusing exclusively on shopping center development. I look at the North Point Mall as a crisis as well as an opportunity. And here is a wonderful opportunity for Alpharetta to truly, truly shine again. Fully support everything that Trademark is doing. You could not ask for a better steward for this asset. Also, as a member of the International Council of Shopping Centers, the reputation that Trademark has for their ability to perform is outstanding. And their leadership in tackling tough projects like this, I'm certain is going to shine through. As a person who's involved in retail, constantly seeking out new concepts, looking to fill spaces, retail has gotten harder than ever. This has become a remote control for your life. And you can press a couple buttons and get whatever you wanted, delivered to you the next day. Creating an experience is what Trademark does, and does very, very well. There's some old adages that I've been taught over the years, and one of them is people make things right, and what draws people most is other people. By layering in the residential, that's going to ensure the success of the retail. That's going to ensure the success of the food and beverage. Another adage an old mentor taught me is there's not a leasing solution to a development problem, and I think the plan that they've put forward really addresses the future conditions post-COVID, post-retail apocalypse, and really keeping all the community focus in Alpharetta for all the different plans and surveys and everything that has gone on here to get it to this point, keeping the public's views certainly in mind. I would agree with Brandon Beach and say that if we don't address this now, you could have another Gwinnett Place in our hands. Unfortunately, in my career, I've leased many projects like that where the landlord did not take care of the asset, and it got too far and it becomes too hard to redevelop. I think we're at a good point right now in the life cycle of the mall and the life cycle of Alpharetta, where something like this is certainly going to be possible. Certainly support everything that Trademark is doing. I say this as a concerned citizen, not as a fellow real estate developer. Want that area to shine and continue to have Alpharetta to shine and be the place that everybody continues to admire and wants to move to and have that high regard for. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Our next couple of speakers, if you guys want to come up and to the front row, is our Valerie El Jamil, followed by Myrna Blanton and Jernia Baynard.
Good evening, Valerie El-Jamil, 2465 Clairview Street. While I lived in Florida, I was a citizen appointee to government committees and was involved in responsible growth management and urban planning, including discussions involving sustainability for the city long term. It's against this background that I reviewed the North Point project and came to the conclusion to support the plan. There are many reasons for my support, but the short version is this group will infuse $550 million in private funds, as opposed to taxpayer funding, in creating shopping, dining, event, and residential options that will foster a sense of place and create a walkable community destination with inviting amenities for all of our residents. Whether or not we like it, Alpharetta is growing. And there's a need for these amenities to serve the existing population of 66,000, but also we have anticipated growth in our comp plan. By keeping the part of the mall that is surviving and replacing the end of the mall that is most distressed, this plan strikes a balance between indoor and outdoor uses while creating a destination with a true sense of place that Avalon and other projects fall short of. The event space at Avalon has a capacity of 1,000. The event space of this project has a capacity of 2,500, so it can offer better options for outdoor events such as concerts, farmers markets, art festivals, and seasonal festivities. I don't think this plan will just detract from existing uses. I think it will just give us options and alternatives that will help to sustain our growth. Currently, the mall is distressed and declining. It wouldn't be in this state if we had the support of the people right now, if people were actually patronizing the stores. I would prefer to see this redevelopment take place than to see the mall continue to decline as the city seeks alternatives. In an email to you, I outlined what's happening in Oviedo, Florida. I helped approve that mall. I was one of the citizens who helped the planning. That mall has leaking roofs, garbage cans are collecting water, and they're looking at turning the former anchors into assisted living facilities with no green spaces for those residents. At the end of the day, the best any of us can hope for is development that aligns with good urban planning, and this is a plan that looks like it's a great compromise for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Myrna Blanton. Drinia Baynard, 3576 Winnington Trace. William Baker, Jr. Followed by Megan Meeks, if you want to come forward to this front row here, and then Lisa Amundson.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Bill Baker, 10040 Peaks Parkway. I am not a resident of Alpharetta, but I have over 30 years of commercial real estate experience, the majority of which has been in the management of retail properties. Most recently at Perimeter Mall as the Senior General Manager. I am here this evening in support of the proposed development at North Point as currently submitted by Trademark Properties. Many years ago, the pundits predicted that Amazon and online shopping would be the death of retail and the enclosed malls. Whenever I hear someone state that retail is dying, I try to engage them in conversation by telling them retail is not dying, it's changing. While it is true that even before COVID, there were retailers and malls that struggled and or closed, many saw that the customer was demanding change. The successful retailers and landlords began to focus on the entire experience of the customer's shopping trip. They saw the need to partner together to activate areas of the property to engage the customers. Truly successful property visits are no longer transactional as much as they are experiential, with the desire to return again soon and hopefully with more friends or family. This type of success, increased sales and sales tax revenues, cities and their residents have benefited from. With forward-thinking developers in our industry, are investing in their properties to not only create these experiences, but introduce other uses and revenue streams that increase both foot traffic and property values. Trademark Properties is doing just that with their plans for North Point. The amount of multifamily units and mixed uses in the current plan is needed in order to get the project underwritten. I would encourage you to vote in favor of their plan and in its current form. Failure to do so will most likely jeopardize the funding of the project and set the property in a direction that would result in further declining sales and property values. The future of this property and its ability to become a more significant contributor to the county and city coffers once again is in your control. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thanks, sir.
Next up, Megan Meeks, followed by Lisa Amundson, and then Sean Lawrence.
Good evening to gentlemen. I'm Megan Meeks. I'm a wife. I'm a mother. I'm very passionate about this project. I have 2 young children. This is where they want to go when they grow up, when they have an opportunity to be on a green space. I'm an aerobics instructor. I'm a yoga instructor. I want to teach on this green space with the stage.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We do need your address.
Oh, sorry. 125 Providence Plantation Drive. I first became aware of what Trademark is doing with North Point Mall. There was a book signing with Dr. Bernice King. She was in the middle of the mall. She was signing the book. Have you all read the book? It's an amazing children's book. What they're doing is creating experiences. On October 12th, they had a breast cancer event. I'm 41. I have a lot of friends who have had breast cancer and gone through it. They raised a lot of money for Turning Point. Again, I'm very passionate about this project going forward. It is a place where I want to bring my kids. I know it will take many years to get the development on the plan in place, but this is where I want to bring my kids. I want to teach aerobics on the green space, and I'm very passionate about it. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Lisa Amundson, followed by Sean Lawrence and Mika Whitaker, possibly.
Hi. Thanks for having me. My name is Lisa Amundson. I live at 12160 Claremead Trail. We can walk here. I am here on behalf of North Point Mall. I am the owner of Le Macaron French Pastries. I am on the Homeowners Association board for our community. I'm an 18-year resident here in Alpharetta. I have 2 locations for my Le Macaron. One is currently at North Point Mall. Another one is at Avalon. So I'm here to tell you we do not want to be Avalon. I know you keep comparing us to Avalon. We want to be as successful, but we want to be different. And I think that's what Trademark is doing. They're bringing in something different, more of the experience. For those of you who don't come to the mall anymore, shame on you. We need you there, and we need Trademark to come in and rejuvenate this mall. And for the little guy like me, I am not your national Dillard's or Macy's. I'm the little guy. I am the little business owner who wants to succeed and grow into a larger entity, multiple locations. I have dreams just like everybody else, and they're helping me facilitate that. So on behalf of the little guys, I do want you to push this through with all of the apartments. Why? Because as a small business and a small little cafe, we want all those extra people. We want to be that, the staple of the residents, really. I want you to come in, have a cup of coffee, and have some gelato and some macarons. Do it. That's what we want. We want the sense of community, and that's what they're willing to build. So we are also in the half of the mall that's going to be demolished. So we are working with them to find a temporary location. And I can tell you, they've been great to work with so far, so I'm optimistic. So that our growth will keep moving forward. And as a thank you, without you guys coming in, we're just going to have to find a new home. So please vote yes.
Thank you.
Next up, Sean Lawrence, Micah Whitaker, and Jim Koza.
All right. My address is 7000 North Point Circle. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Sean Lawrence, and I am the General Manager of Dillard's at North Point Mall. I understand one of our Senior Vice Presidents sent you all a letter that was included in your packet, and I hope you got a chance to read that. But I wanted to come this evening to give my personal support of this project. Nearly 3 years ago, I moved my wife and 3 kids to Alpharetta from the south side of the city in Noonan, Georgia, for an opportunity. And since that time, I've seen the state of North Point Mall improve since Trademark has been at the helm, from landscaping to signage to community events and partnerships to tenant occupancy and quality of tenant occupancy. All of these things and many more have improved exponentially under Trademark's leadership. I've had the pleasure of working closely with Nick, the current mall manager, Chuck Steelman, the vice president of experience with Trademark, on numerous projects, as well as several people here in the crowd tonight. And never once have I not been impressed with their level of execution, organization, and communication. It's always been done at an extremely high level, one that I envy, and I hope that I can also match the same with my team. Their partnership and professionalism has directly helped me and my team excel at being the best at Alpharetta at what we do, and has allowed my team to have numerous new and exciting opportunities. I have no doubt that the approval of this plan will benefit the city of Alpharetta in bringing new and exciting businesses into this area, as well as even possibly strengthen investment from its current tenants. I appreciate everyone's time this evening and listening to myself and everyone else speak. I know that you have all given this plan serious thought and consideration. Again, 3 years ago, in the midst of a pandemic, I moved my family here, my wife and 3 kids, for an opportunity. I hope you give this plan an opportunity. I hope that you give it the opportunity to continue to grow and prosper. And thank you again for your time this evening.
Thanks, sir.
Next speakers, Micah Whitaker, Jim Koza, and Grace Dimmitt.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Mika Whitaker, 8118 Woodland Lane. So I'm just going to dive right in because I was here for Avalon. Now I'm here for North Point. I coined the phrase Avaloniac, if you remember, that late that night. I was a very avid supporter. And we had the same issue with these apartments. Remember, Mark didn't bring the second hotel. He wanted to bring phase 2 of the apartments. And everyone was like, no, it's going to bring our property values down. It didn't. It did not. Our property values doubled. So I just want to make sure we get some things on the record. So what did I do? I go out as a homeowner, and I did some research for us. So Avalon has Lawrence and Haven. They are at 95% occupancy. Their 2-bedrooms start at $3,500 to $5,000. Their premiums are $3,700 to $5,000. Lawrence's 2 bedrooms start around $3,500 and sometimes $3,100. Once again, 96% occupancy. Their 2 bedrooms start around $2,500. Down the way towards North Point, Echo starts for a 3-bedroom at $2,995, much lower than Avalon. Why? They don't have a destination, right? We need a destination. So what is that going to do for Alpharetta? It's going to give us connectivity, right? Because if we keep selling Alpharetta and connectivity, we need to be connected. So exit 8 will be North Point. Exit 9 will be City Center. Exit 10 is Avalon, and then you have Halcyon at exit 12. So we will truly be connected. So why is that so important? Well, Money Magazine, September 29th, Money.com, September 29th, 2022, named Atlanta as the best place to live. Atlanta is on the map. It's number 1. Now, when you look at Atlanta, which suburbs are listed as number 1? Number 1 by Movito.com lists Alpharetta as number 1 and Johns Creek is number 2. And Niche lists Johns Creek as number 1 and Alpharetta is number 2. And it looks at crime and schools and everything else. We want Alpharetta to be number 1. Alpharetta is the tech hub of the South, period. We hold down technology. And you can't get the great tech people if you don't have the product for them to live in, right? You can't get the spouses if they got to live in an ugly garden apartment. So we don't really have luxury, high-end apartments. And that's why you're seeing 95% occupancy at these apartments that are charging $3,500 to $5,000 for rent for a 1,400 to 1,800 square foot apartment. So I really wanted to drill that home because I feel like we're missing out on that, and we're missing out on the benefit that Avalon and City Center, which I love, brought, which is the property values doubled. What is that going to do for the real estate in the area when Serenade, that huge complex, and Encore have a destination to go to?
Final few seconds.
So that pretty much wraps it up for me. I just want to say I'm officially an NPer. And I really want you guys to push this through, because if not, it's just going to become concrete and desolate, and property values go down. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jim Koza, followed by Bonnie Major and Julie Martin.
Hi, I'm Jim Koza. I live at 1720 Old Milton Parkway. You all know me from Alpharetta Beach, so I want to thank you for the approval of that. I generate about 150, 200 visits a week with that, but my real business is real estate for 26 years, residential. So I'm coming from that perspective. Obviously, North Point Mall was the original mothership for North Point Parkway. With that came all of the little satellites that now go up that 1.5 mile stretch. If we let the mothership die, then the satellites too will die. So I think the effort for them to be able to reconstruct the mall, do something new with the new trends that we're experiencing nowadays, and to fulfill the needs of North Point Parkway is going to revitalize the whole area, as you all well know. It's going to make it a substantial difference. It's going to be a step in the right direction for that entire 1.5 mile stretch. Obviously, the City Council is quite aware of all the information, you know, how well it's going to do if we proceed forward. But we also have to consider, again, if we don't do this, if we don't approve this, what's going to happen to that stretch? Are we going to lose all those businesses? What are going to happen to the residences that surround the area? It's going to have a major impact. So I'm hoping that you guys will consider, of course, with conditions and everything else, that you're going to consider this and approve it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Next speaker, Bonnie Major. Julie Martin. Grace Dimmitt. Followed by Philip Tague.
Hi, my name is Grace Dimmitt. I live at 6000 Summit Place, and I'm 25 years old. I've lived in Milton since 2005. Before it was Milton, and then I moved here to Alpharetta last year. So I have an interest in working in government politics, but right now I'm working part-time in retail at Avalon. As you can tell by my service dog, I'm disabled. I have autism, and I'm also an 11-year traumatic brain injury survivor. So I think that offers me a bit of a unique perspective. Right now I'm only able to live in my own apartment with my parents' support. I live in a one-bedroom that's 730 square feet. That's $2,000 a month, and my rent just went up by 15%. The people who keep Alpharetta running, Alpharetta businesses running by myself, and I make $13 an hour, can't even live here. I mean, I wouldn't be able to live here without my parents because we're being priced out of living here. My coworkers are traveling 30 to 60 minutes to just work here because they can't live anywhere near here because it's so expensive. Planned projects like this that are cherry picking only the wealthiest professionals to the area with high costs of living, like starting at $2,500 a month for an apartment, shape the city into a homogenous population and displace the very people that make Alpharetta run, like small business retail workers, teachers, first responders, etc. The average single family in Milton costs $800,000. I watched Milton change and grow since 2005, and I have to hand it to them. They've done a great job managing traffic flow, like with rotaries. But in Alpharetta, we have a lot more traffic, and I've looked at the temperatures and air quality, and it's consistently worse air quality and higher temperatures here, which is certainly due to traffic and poor air quality. So having development like this will definitely make that worse. I've been hearing terms like eco-district, green space, and sustainability tossed around, but not a lot, if any, evidence of what that means and the actual impact. So this proposal would increase emissions and pollution without adding any meaningful counteractive measures. So I feel like this doesn't sound like anything that Alpharetta needs. There's a lot of empty retail space and office space where I live, hotel across the street. It seems much more beneficial to the developer than the actual people of Alpharetta. I do agree the North Point Mall is outdated, but I think this plan as it stands isn't good for Alpharetta's people.
Did you say it isn't good for?
Isn't.
It isn't? Okay, thank you.
And the last public comment card that I have at this time is for Philip Take.
Good evening, Phil Tague. I'm president of Amley Residential. We own Amley at North Point, which is on Beaver Creek, just south of Mansell Road. First, I wanted to compliment community development team on an excellent presentation, great analysis. Second, on kind of our demographics, 90% of the people that live in our 367 units work in the area. And so I know there's a tremendous number of people that commute into the city during the day for jobs. And that's evidenced by the fact that we have such a strong percentage of our residents who have chosen to live in Alpharetta to be close to their jobs. On the issue of transients, our residents' average tenure with us is over 4 years, which is second highest in the 80 apartment communities we own around the country. And most people, when they do leave, they buy homes or townhomes in the area. So most people are staying even beyond the 4-year period of time that they stay with us. And on the issue of an eroding mall, we've been behind 5 out parcels that have been restaurants that have had tremendous turnover. We've been there 11 years. There's been a lot of turnover in the restaurants. Many have been shuttered for long periods of time, and yet we've thrived behind that, what looks to be a not very attractive front door to our property. And I think it evidences the fact that there's tremendous demand to live in a city where people work. And I will guarantee you, if Trademark doesn't want to build the 875 units, we would be honored to do so, and would do so in a flash, even with the risk of a declining mall. And the third point I'd make is that we're involved in 2 mall redevelopments in different cities around the country, and they are very complex, very difficult to finance, a lot of risk associated with them, and I'm frankly surprised that Trademark doesn't need more than 875 units to make this thing financially viable. So I've never seen their underwriting. I've never even spoken to one of the Trademark representatives. But I will just tell you from my own personal experience, these are very hard deals to finance and to make economic sense of. Thanks very much.
Thanks, sir. Is that all the public comment cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So we've had public comment. Are there any questions?
There's a lady who'd like to speak. I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Please come forward. No, that's fine.
My name is Tricia Quidley, and I have been a resident of Alpharetta and Johns Creek now, and I give Johns Creek a hard time all the time about how much better Alpharetta is, because I cannot believe what you guys have done to the city. My address is 315 Wywood Court, and I am in Breckenridge right now, and I have kept my children around here because of the Johns Creek School District. I've been a teacher in the community. I've raised my kids in the community. My kids have been at North Point Mall. You all kept all the stay-at-home moms very, very happy with this mall, but it is time for it to be fixed up. And I am not opposed at all about the 875 apartments that they're coming in, because I have all of my friends that are empty nesters. I've been able to, I'm also a real estate agent, selling all their homes, the ones that didn't have a third child like I did, which I'm very blessed that I have her. But what I'm saying is all of my friends are selling their homes. They have 2 or 3 homes everywhere else. But guess what? They don't want to go into Buckhead. They don't want to go into Brookhaven. You all have created a city that people want to stay in. My children actually want to come home from college. They're not going into Buckhead. Where are they coming? They're coming here. I'm holding open houses. I am meeting all the buyers that are moving up here. Where do they want to be? They want to be in Alpharetta. I'm meeting people from Decatur, meeting them from Midtown. They all want to be in Alpharetta. Why? Because of the city we have created here, right? Because of the schools that we have, because of the safety. So, you know, as a longtime resident, also as an Atlanta native, born at Northside Hospital, I'm absolutely telling you that I think this is a wonderful idea. Do not give this up for 250 apartments, which one of my best friends back there lives in, and I'm visiting her, and I leave my car there half the time because she lives in the city center. Yes, she's spending a lot of money, and she's got the coolest apartment right there. It's the second level, and it's overlooking the whole city, okay? And people are spending $5,000 to live in these. I would if I could, but I still have the third child that we talked about earlier. So I absolutely am supportive of it. Walkability, that is what everybody wants. You know, let us old people have the walkability. Let's give up our big houses, the 3-car garages, to the people with a family, because this is where everybody wants to be, in North Fulton and Alpharetta. All right, that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I have another public comment card for Michael Rosenberg. You can come forward.
Mr. Mayor, council members, appreciate you staying late here tonight. My name is Mike Rosenberg. I don't have any prepared notes, so bear with me. 310 Saddle Creek Lane, we live in Roswell, but very close to Alpharetta. My 15-year-old goes to the Innovation Academy right around the corner from here. So it's all part of our community. Moved professionally, I'm a mechanical PE, work for a large general contractor. My wife and myself relocated from California and opened up a franchise store, Play Live Nation. So we are tenants in the mall. We are a gaming center. We are a social gaming center. We have card games, board games. It is a place when, before COVID, we would have a lot of mothers dropping their kids off while they went and did their shopping. So, and we'd like to see that again. When we were looking for locations, we were against, I'll be candid, we were against the North Point Mall, but it was the redevelopment plans that motivated us to go in that direction. So that was the number one reason that we went there. When COVID hit, social became a bad word, and we had to adapt to our operations, and we're doing okay, but we can see that the mall traffic has died off tremendously. We are having Saturdays where we're not doing all that well. So I'm asking, I'm sure my wife would agree that, you know, for a yes vote, the success of our business depends on it. If we don't see any changes, it will be, we would have to close the store. We would have no choice. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Mukul Jain, and me and my wife, we both live in Atlanta, Georgia, but we recently bought in Alpharetta, Exit 9, and I'm going to share a short story here, and I think that will bring a perspective to the whole narration of what I'm trying to say.
Excuse me, sir, do you mind to tell us your address for the record?
220 Renaissance Parkway, Northeast Georgia, 30308. My wife and myself, we both are tech workers, and we hate that being in tech, the taxes just destroys you. But I don't mind that, if I'm living in a great place. Atlanta used to be, but post-COVID, we have had 3 car break-ins, and we don't want to move to Smyrna, Decatur, because it's the same thing. So Alpharetta we chose our home. But not only that, we followed the footsteps of our friends who were our age in mid-30s, also work in tech in Microsoft, but plans to stay in Alpharetta and, close to Exit 9. So I feel I wouldn't mind paying that kind of tax, to city of Alpharetta, especially living by exit 9, North Point redevelopment, because really the tax which we pay in Atlanta is not worth what we get as per crime is concerned. And Civic Center, we live very close to Civic Center. Civic Center is nothing but a house for unnecessary activities, and that's where I feel is the question which I would like to leave here with you guys would be, what's the cost of not redeveloping? Is it bigger than the 225 apartments, which might not fit in the condition right now? So I really support trademark and the redevelopment. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right. We've had about 35, 40 minutes of public comment. We'll go ahead and close public comment. I'll call for a motion from council.
Mr. Mayor, I believe there was one attendee that did want to speak, if you would allow it. She just raised her hand here.
Thank you very much, Mayor. You're very kind. 1140 North Point Circle, 2018 North Point Circle, 1000 North Point Circle. I'm here representing 3 businesses currently at the mall. We own the 3 different locations are the Auntie Anne's franchise, the Cinnabon franchise, Planet Smoothie, and also Great American Cookie.
Miss, if you don't mind to share your first and last name, please.
Hi. Kelly Chandler. I love public speaking. It's like a favorite thing of mine. Not really. I'm the Director of Human Resources for the company that owns these franchises in this local area, and I'm representing my sister and my brother-in-law. So we employ approximately 30 employees across those locations, and we are in support of this project. Even though one of our locations will go away, we are in, near the JCPenney that will be destroyed. And you know what? That's going to be okay, because it will breathe new life into the Annie Ann Cinnabon that will survive it, and the Great American Cookie that's also in that end of the mall. I would tell you that we come to this with a unique experience. We actually had a location at Gwinnett Place Mall. That location shuttered due to all the issues going on at Gwinnett Place Mall and how everything shut down, fell apart, and died. So if you didn't have an opportunity to see that happen at Gwinnett Place Mall, take it from someone who saw it firsthand as a human resources director and had to release those employees and deal with that. Not only from a personal perspective as an owner of the company, but from a professional perspective as a director of human resources that had to deal with that. I love North Point Mall. I've been going to it all my life. My mother moved up here over 30 years ago. It was one of our favorite places to go. The Annie Ann's has been in that mall over 20 years. My sister and her husband bought it from the original owners, which were the first 2 Annie Ann's that were put into the Georgia area, 101 and 102. So we would really like to see new life brought into this mall that I've loved for forever. And I think the plan is just amazing. It's really hard to disagree with the visuals that they've presented. So from one business owner to a whole bunch of other business owners, please consider this, and I hope that you vote in favor of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So I'll once again call for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve this project as it is written here, with the exception that I would like to increase the number of for-rent units from 650 to 875, and allow staff to make the necessary adjustments to the square footage to accommodate this change.
Have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second that, but I would like to make one recommendation as far as another condition, is that all the signs within the North Point area be reconditioned and updated along with the project. So that would be condition number 36.
Well, I agree to that.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilman Binder first.
No, I'd first like to say thank you for the community coming out, and the conversations have been good. We've been hearing it, but it's been a little bit one-sided. I appreciate what the applicant's doing, but I don't know how long we've been working together. It's been a year, maybe closer to 2, I think, and whereas it's being reported that they started at 1,400 and 1,200, and it's just not true. It was 900, and then in the area of they said collaboration, then they move it down to 850. We're not naive. I mean, we get written about, people visit us because we help make development work. We do try to work with applications coming in. That's why you see so many mixed use working. Frankly, what's getting done is it's offered up as 80 acres, but it's only building on 40. And every time we see that they come back and they want more of the same. And sir, you brought up the point of you won't regret it. And we need to have the catalyst there. But what happens is when we start out here, and this is what we learned at City Center, is you're not kicking a ball down the hill. You're punting the trajectory, and you're setting the tone of what to happen. And we got to share the resources all around. And so we have no problem with the apartment numbers, but it needs to spread the catalyst along all of North Point, all of Windward. And if the project was more inspiring, we could have a reason to do it there. But I think I heard you say phase 1, phase 2 is what you're committed to is all the apartments, but we need more. So I hope there's an opportunity that we can truly come to a place of collaboration. We have a history of working with other mixed-use developments and getting there. But I can't get on board with what you're asking. So I can't get on board on 875. I can't even get on board with the Planning Commission because the site plan I see has more questions than answers, and I'm just not seeing the flow of what we've seen that's worked with the seamless design instead of the modular design. So, and one thing I'm fine hard, but I do take exception to the transient one, and that was my planning commissioner. You keep quoting, and you quoted it out of context. They were saying what's worked is having a nice mix of for sale and for rent offers a nice community, and that's what mixed use is, and that's what was said. And then you start talking about we're not bringing drug dealers in. Nobody said that. So I'm here offering a spirit of collaboration, but what you say and then how you act has been a little different over the past couple months. So I'm a little disappointed, and I think all of us here really want to make it work. But City Center, Avalon works because we had a model that improved, and you see that about 250 apartments because we're creating little villages around here in Alpharetta, and so we're believers in it. So just saddened about how the conversations have gone there. So that's all I have to say on that. But it's disappointing, and it's really a lose-lose for all of Alpharetta. So,
Mayor Pro Tem Merkel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Councilman Binder's right. This has been going on for 18 months. We talk about the number of meetings, the evolution, the collaboration or lack of. And I'm sitting here looking at the same thing I was looking at 18 months ago, except for I asked them to reduce the rental. They went from 900 to 875. Where I come from, that's a big, you know what. That wasn't compromise. That was in your face, is what I felt. Whether they meant that or not, I don't know. I also am disheartened by the scare tactics that are used. People keep saying, you're repeating the things that they've been telling you. The mall is going to go into disarray. Well, guess what? That mall is on a very valuable piece of property. It's in one of the most, as Ms. Quigley pointed out, it's the greatest place out here. Everybody wants to be in Alpharetta. So this is the only project we've seen. But yet we're being told this is the best project. But we've never seen anything else. And to put this number of apartments in there and look at me and say, this is what we have to save the mall. Well, hold on a second. This whole project started because you said the mall's dying. I get that. But we're going to cut it in half and try to save the other half? Those are pretty pictures. Don't get me wrong. I've been doing this for 7 years. I'm in my 7th year as city councilman. I was swayed by pretty pictures. PowerPoints, oh my God, I fell in love with so many different projects to find out later. They didn't turn out that way. They weren't done. I'm not saying that's the case of these people. I'm not pointing fingers at them. I get why people get excited. I get why a lot of people in this room are excited. Gwinnett Place Mall has been dying for a lot longer than this place has even been struggling. What the area that Gwinnett Place Mall was built in, what it's surrounded by, it's going to die. It has to. There's nothing there to pull it back out. This isn't. We're still pulling permits for brand new construction surrounding this dying mall, and the condominiums that are being built by Providence Group, they're selling as fast as they can make them. We've got 2 new restaurants. I'm going to meet with somebody next week. They've got another restaurant going on a Haynes Bridge, getting ready to open. There's I heard the Wendy's restaurant around the corner, which had shuttered its doors a few years ago, is revitalized. They're going to reopen it. They're going to redo it. So we're not in a dying community. This mall is struggling, no doubt. But to think that putting 875 apartments in the parking lot on what Councilman Binder pointed to, on 40 of the 80 acres. We keep using the 80 acres. Oh, we're on an 80-acre property, but we're only going to develop 40 acres of this. So the density is really closer to 24 when you start cutting this piece of property in half and say we're only going to put it over here. And as it was asked earlier, what happens when the other half of the 80 acres comes along in a couple years and says, hey, we want to do this and this? Well, you can't because you were included in this other piece and they used up your allotments. This is not what we were looking for. We did not have the collaboration when the same thing kept coming back and forth, just saying, we got to have the apartments, we got to have the apartments. I was this close to bending to the 650 apartments. I really felt that, there's a chance there. But the more I thought about it and the time I spent in the last week or so going over notes from meetings I've had with these folks, my requests that went, hey, we're doing everything you want us to do. We've been telling you right off the bat, that many apartments in one part of the city is going to drastically change that part. And it's not necessarily all for the good. And I'm not talking about transit. I'm talking about other things with schools, traffic, not to mention if we need that number of apartments, why not spread it out? We've got developments all over town that are asking us right now, we want to put in 250. We want to put 175 or 200 apartments. If you were to dot the city with those, you can absorb it. But in this project, I don't see it. I don't appreciate the email cut and paste campaign from people that we could verify weren't even in the city. I get it. It's a sales job. Everything in this project is good for them. But I don't think everything in this project is good for Alpharetta. Everything that's going in over there, there's nothing going in over there we need. We've got plenty of hotels. We've got plenty of office. We've got more office coming. We just approved almost 1 million square feet more, Class A office. Apartments, we've got them, and they're coming. So we don't necessarily need them. And that leaves us with a dying mall. And you want to cut it in half and tell me by putting 900 apartments, that's a game changer to save the mall. I don't see it. So for that reason, I do not support this.
Councilman Will.
$900 jobs, $6.5 million to Fulton County Schools, millions of dollars to the tax revenues for the city of Alpharetta. Fits within our 6832. Number one priority area to get redeveloped. Number one. Overwhelming public support. Overwhelming.
Councilman Hypes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I may end up repeating some things, but I've commented to many people over the last 2 weeks. I view this in my 4.5 years on council as the most significant vote that I'll cast thus far. It's an important vote. I know my fellow council members have really drilled into this thing, and we understand the importance of it. Appreciate the public coming out. I've not seen a PR campaign like this since I've been on council. Not seen a Facebook page say, please sign up and wear your T-shirt and come out to support our project. But the fact that you all are here, I tip my hat to you because that's part of the process. The downside of the PR campaign is you hear one side of the story. And I cannot tell you the number of times I have gotten into one-on-one conversations with people, and I said, tell me what you think about the North Point Mall project. And they would speak basically some of the bullet points that came back to me in these emails. And they would, we got to save the mall. We can't let the mall die. And that's a fair sentiment. But then after they've had their say, I would suggest to them additional information about the project to see another side of the project. And the other side of the project is what frustrates so many people up here, is because we weren't being heard as your representatives for the city of Alpharetta to do what's best for Alpharetta. Not just on the day this thing opens 5 years from now, but what's best for Alpharetta when this thing's open. New York Life has sold this out of their portfolio. Trademark is, they've gone to build their next project, and whatever it is, it's here 10, 15, 20 years from now. And my disagreement on this project is the structure of the deal. It's not the number of apartments, it's not the price point of the apartments, it's the structure of the deal. Ground zero, as everybody has said, is we want to save the mall. The mall, in my personal opinion, is in a state of it's somewhat disheveled. Let me just put it that way. We say, and I quoted and asked these questions, it's in a steady, slow decline, the mall is dying. So then the question for me becomes, what about this project saves the mall? Because I hope everybody in this room saw Mr. Monteses, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, his body language and response. And I said, well, if the mall dies, what happens to your project? And he absolutely shuddered. He shuddered. And he's like, well, the project as a whole will go down the drain. You can't build 900 apartments outside of a closed mall. Crystal balls came up. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know if the mall's going to survive or fail. I just know what trends are. I know what every one of the people in here can do, and anybody at home, and that's go on the internet and go to various retail and shopping center sites and read trade industry information and find about closures and declining sales and the reason there's a mall redevelopment underway. I have asked and begged to find a mall redevelopment situation where they're only doing half the mall. This is 360 degrees of pavement around a mall. Only one half is being developed. The other half is parking lot. Well, what happens to that in the future? How does it integrate? We're 11.8 units per acre. There's no room to add any component to the left side of the mall in the future. What happens with that? I asked Mr. Montesi about Market by Macy's and their stated trend to get out of the big box mall business and open storefronts. And what happens if an anchor leaves that mall? So what I don't like is the structure of the deal. If the mall dies, I want to know that there's a true mixed use outside that mall that will carry the day. That the only commitment I got out of Trademark, is they're going to build, they want to build 875 apartments. That's what they're committed to. and they won't commit to office as part of the mixed use. The grocery store, which is part of our mixed use plan, is an afterthought, not something that they want to do. The hotel, which I don't particularly think Alpharetta needs another hotel there, but if they did, it needs office to support it, but there's no commitment. And I asked him, where's the commitment? The only thing they're committed to is apartments. And the reason is, in their crystal ball, they know that's a profitable cash flow business model for them and for the owners, and I can appreciate that. You guys got your thing to do. God bless you. You've got investors to answer to. You've got folks to answer to. My folks to answer to are the residents of Alpharetta. And I want to do what I can to encourage a project to come forward that doesn't end up being 900 apartments sitting outside of a closed mall and nothing else. Because I personally believe that will not be an attractive place in the city of Alpharetta if that happens. You can all draw your own judgments as to whether or not you think Macy's and Dillard's and Von Maur will be there in 10 or 15 years, what kind of use you would use those great big box stores for, what happens to Cinnabon and these smaller retailers when the anchor tenants are gone. You can draw your own conclusions, as can I. And but more than drawing my own conclusions and data from the internet, I think Mr. Montesi, provided me some pretty good information that Trademark isn't going to look in that crystal ball and tell you the mall is going to be there in 10 years, because they can't. It's not a guarantee, but what's a likelihood? And for me, without the office commitment, without the true mixed-use commitment outside the mall, so there's a mini city outside that mall, they're talking about building an apartment complex outside of a mall that could very well die. There's a big difference to me between the North Point project and the Avalon City Center project. And this is where the rubber hits the road for me. At Avalon, it was a big dirt pile for 6 years with that parking deck sitting there. They created something out of whole cloth with a vision where everything worked together, and they created something. And I think you can make the same claim about downtown city center. Something was created out of whole cloth, sitting on where there's nothing exists. Here, this is a mutually dependent project. It's unlike anything Alpharetta's ever had. It is a symbiotic project. The success of the mall has to depend on that project, and there's no causation between building that project and retail sales. But more importantly, the success of the project depends on the viability and future success of the mall. And that is unlike Avalon in any respect. It's unlike City Center in any respect. And while I can get answers about we're going to build this and we might build that, nobody can say this is what's going to happen to the mall, because when that mall was built in '93, those developers, those owners would look you right in the eye and say that mall is going to be here for 50 to 100 years, because regional malls are all over the place, and that's what we do. And when I sat in a boardroom with these folks and asked them that question, they said, well, we can't tell you if the mall is going to be there in 10 years, because it's an honest answer. They can't. So, Alpharetta is an economic engine. I'll agree with that. When the right project comes with the right mix for that project, for that property, I will wholeheartedly support it when I believe in my heart and with my head that when that right project comes along, it'll be best for Alpharetta on the day it opens, and also 15 and 20 years from now.
Any other comments? Councilman Georgedale.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try not to repeat some of the comments already made. Some of them I agree with. I want to thank Trademark and New York Life, as well as our staff. Been a long 18 months, and I also want to thank my colleagues on the council and our planning commission members who worked very hard on this. There was some collaboration as far as trying to do the right thing here by the city. What I mean by the right thing is I also think we have an obligation as elected officials representing the entire city, both residents and businesses here, to make sure that the plans we've invested good taxpayer dollars on in the past, whether it be the LCI study, whether it be the comprehensive land use plan, or whether it be the overlay efforts and other investments to continue to provide the economic, engine to keep Alpharetta growing and moving in the right direction, but retaining some sense of a family community that we all want to continue to keep. Many things that we've experienced today, and I was on the council, as I said earlier, 2001 through 2011, when we were beginning to plan City Center and also Avalon. We had some tough debates in Avalon. It wasn't one council meeting and we went home late and we approved it. There was a lot of debate, a lot of analysis, a lot of collaboration with the developer, and a lot of good conditions put in place to make sure that Avalon came out of the ground as we see it today. And I'm sure there was changes made, subsequent to my departure from the city council then. But I'm proud of the project that many people worked on and brought to Alpharetta. While I was going through this application, I spent a significant amount of time on researching it. I actually went back to the history of what made Alpharetta successful today. Why are we such an economic engine that attracts investment to not only investment in business and corporations in our city, but people wanting to come and move here and work here. And there's a number of things that triggered that back in the early 90s. It was the evolution of the North Point Mall coming out of the ground. Georgia 400 being pushed up through Alpharetta was a big stimulus to the ability to build out our city. But something else happened. And I'll compare ourselves to the city of Roswell at the time. City of Roswell turned down interchanges when Georgia 400 came up here. City of Roswell, even though they had an economic development strategy that they invested in at the time, they didn't implement anything. For whatever reason, and representatives represent the people, they were just not prepared to do much with Roswell other than try to keep it status quo. Alpharetta took a different path. We took advantage of bringing North Point Mall here, which was a very tough decision at the time. It really transformed this city into the powerhouse that we are today. And it opened up all new avenues. We had people that worked really hard on community development back then that helped with the elected officials at the time and many residents in building the blueprint for what our city should look like in the future, both our zoning, both of, what types of mixed uses did we want. And we're sitting in basically decades of efforts by previous elected officials and staff and residents and even businesses contributing to that vision in putting Alpharetta on the map nationally. When you look at it, this particular property, the North Point Mall, you could probably put about 4 or 5 Avalons in there compared to the acreage where that Avalon sits on. And so I started thinking, what do we need to do? Because this is a precedent-setting project if it's approved, right? That's the way I was looking at it. And we want to do it right. We want to make it right. We want to do what was done decades ago to bring Alpharetta to the point it is today and help us transform it for the next 30 years. And yes, I think if I can get a name properly, Gwen referred to the rent that she's paying and the how much she's making an hour and everything else. And I thought a lot about that. How do we provide housing components to young professionals, young families? When I moved here with my 3 little kids, you were able to afford a house, Today, the average home in Alpharetta is about $700,000, all right? We have a 2% unemployment rate in Alpharetta, which everybody will say, well, that's That's awesome, right? It is awesome. But the problem with that is we have no workforce. We have jobs that are open that can't be filled right now because of the low unemployment rate that we have in Alpharetta, and we can't attract people here because of the jobs that are open don't pay enough to have them be able to afford to either transport here or even attempt to live here. So the city has to, not through this application process, the city has to look at ways to provide some sort of housing component, which is what the LCI plan calls for and other plans of the city, to incentivize, workforce housing so that we can provide some housing to attract more workers here if we're to compete with the north side of Alpharetta. And we have about 20% of our workers live in Cumming right now. And that may continue because the housing costs up there are cheaper. And they can afford to live there, but they still work in Alpharetta. So what I want to avoid is that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, all of a sudden Alpharetta starts closing down, everybody keeps moving north, and corporations keep moving north. But I'll tell you one thing, we have 35% foreign-born citizens that live in Alpharetta today. And that's a critical metric for companies to not only remain here, but to attract other businesses because of diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's one of the metrics businesses look at. We have a credits and incentives practice in my firm. We're an international tax consulting firm. And I can't tell you how many times that's a big thing that people look at in locating their companies now. And we have that. The only thing we're missing is a good public transportation system, frankly. And we will eventually get there as we grow our population. We're up to 69,000 residents today. So I looked at that and those different things, and could we use this project to basically create that precedent to trigger the next evolution of economic growth in Alpharetta? I have to tell you, I've struggled with this, and even up till tonight, when I'm listening to the applicant's presentation, the questions that were asked by my colleagues, I'm very concerned about the lack of commitment as far as some of the components of what's supposed to be a mixed-use development application. I really feel like phase one might be the only phase that might happen, or the rental units. And so I've read everybody's emails, I've talked to people, I've listened to you tonight. Thank you, everybody, for coming out and being active in your government. I think that's a real positive thing. But as a responsible elected official, I'm not there yet with this project. I'm not there for a number of reasons. I really believe that for sale units are important to continue to push in Alpharetta so that people have equity in our city. They have some sort of, skin in the game, and that and I think we provide a sufficient level of rental unit components in our guideline or policy. It's not a policy, it's a guideline that we would be flexible on if we saw the benefits coming back to the residents of Alpharetta in terms of, maybe some inclusionary units where, the average income of Alpharetta, so many units are put aside for people that can afford a little bit lower rent or something. There's just nothing here that I see that is exciting for me to support this. I would like to see us work with this developer because I do think they're an awesome developer to work with. I just think, as Mayor Pro Tem Merkel said, we just haven't seen the collaboration from the other side to try to work with us. We have sent up the red flags. We've sent up guidance as to what we really need to think about. But I'm not one to put all our eggs in this one basket of all our rental units, and then what do we do with all this other section along North Point Parkway that we also are going to redevelop in the near future. And keep in mind, we're putting $30 million into that road system. And so that's an investment we need to protect and make sure that what we build around it, sustains that investment, and we get a return on investment for that type of money, and make sure that that becomes an economic area for the city that both provides entertainment, shopping, food and beverage, and places for people to live and walk around, make a walkable community. And I think if we were to set this precedent with trademark right now, we would be really damaging the vision of that sector of the city and have some long-term problems of how we would manage the growth of that area. But I will leave you with this thought. This area of North Point Mall is not going out of business. When you look at this area, Alpharetta, where Georgia itself is probably the best state in the nation to do business with right now and move your businesses into. Alpharetta happens to be probably the finest city within Georgia to attract business to. And I know I'm committed to, and I'm sure every colleague sitting up here is committed to making sure that that doesn't change. And we will develop out this mall, and you will be proud of the result of what this council does in the future. Thank you.
Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you. I'm just curious, tonight is Powerball night. How many of you bought a ticket? Raise your hand if you bought a ticket. Come on, that's 200. Close to $2 billion tonight, and we have 2.9 million chances of actually winning the daggum thing. But tonight, we have a chance of infusing $600 million into this city tonight. Tonight, the city could win a big Powerball. And that's money out of private investment into Alpharetta for what we have is a dying mall. It's no longer even in the top 30% of the malls. And I've sat here and I've listened tonight to a council that has no vision. We've got investment, the best in class, coming to our city. Our previous councils had visions. We voted on Avalon. We voted to move it forward. Yeah, it wasn't a given. Everything, all the pieces weren't put together. When we voted on City Center, it wasn't all a fully known thing. We voted on it. We put apartments in it because you need apartments, because our city has more mixed-use developments. And if there's anything we all should understand is that you can't have a successful mixed-use development without people living on that development, buying, eating groceries, buying retail. I want to thank all of you for coming tonight. I hope it wasn't a waste of your time. I don't feel real good about this vote, but our mall's in decline, and it fits within our comprehensive land use plan, what folks have said we want for that area, what our citizens have said for years. This is where we get more density. This is where apartments go. And for the record, I've never voted on one garden-style apartment. I've been the longest-serving council member. I've never voted on an apartment outside of a mixed-use development, but I voted on them in a mixed-use development because that's where they have sustainability. That's where they keep their value. That's where they grow and become a part of the community. And everyone's welcomed in the community because they buy. They sell, they contribute to our economy. We need this tonight. $500 million, and tonight could win the lottery, and you've got a 7-person chance of actually getting that infused in our local economy tonight. And I will go as far as saying this. If people can't see that vision in November, you'll get a chance to vote them out of office, because if they can't see the vision for North Point Mall and how important that is for our city, don't vote for them in office again. Thank you.
That's just disgraceful, but anyway.
It's true. It's true.
Let's try to keep ourselves respectful as well. Have you not spoken yet? No, I mean, have you? You did too, right? You did have a chance to already, okay. So, lots already been said. I'll try not to be redundant. But you know, there's a lot of people here that care a lot about this. And I feel an obligation to make sure that y'all understand what I am doing when I cast my vote. And so 10 years ago, as a residential real estate agent, I was not looking to run for office. I was simply talking to my neighbors and my clients about why they came to Alpharetta. And anybody that was selling real estate back in the 2000s knows that the reason Alpharetta is the city we are today is that it had great schools that attracted great families and a great business climate. And it was always that conversation. What brought you here from Chicago? What brought you here from Orlando or Oregon or New York? And it was always the schools as a top priority, but it was also a safe community to raise a family. But it wasn't some little bumble town in Georgia. Although nobody knew where Alpharetta was when they got here the first time, it's because we provided a unique blend of a great business climate, huge technology network and employment, and high quality living and quality of life. And it was that special blend that brought people here. And then in 3 years, when ADP or IBM or these companies said, hey, you know, it's time for the rotation. Go back to Connecticut, go back to the West Coast, go back up to Illinois or wherever the home office was. They looked around, they saw what their family was enjoying here, the quality of life they had, and they said, you know, we're fine. We're going to stay here. And that's what made Alpharetta grow from 3,000 residents in 1980 to the city you have today. And I don't take that lightly. And back 10 plus years ago, there was tremendous pressure from a lot of interested parties, business interests, economic development interests, trying to turn us into the next Sandy Springs. Wow, y'all got to have heavy rail up here. You've got to do this. You've got to do that. If you don't do this, everybody's going to go down to Midtown and stuff like that. And I knew that wasn't right. Because if we become like every other city, then we are every other city. And the only thing we're competing with Buckhead or Sandy Springs or Midtown on is price. So the reason I ran was because I needed to make sure there was at least one person on this dais that truly valued what makes us special. And when they take decisions like this that are critical with hundreds of millions of dollars at stake, that they were going to think about the numbers, they were going to think about the progress that could happen, and they were going to think about how holistically that changes our community. And there's a lot about this plan that I like. And I've voted for 2 plans on North Point already. But I've also been up here long enough to know that there's certain things you can count on, and there's certain things you can't. And if you don't believe me, drive down towards Roswell on Highway 9, and you get down there across from the Honda dealership, and you'll see there's this vast open pad of undeveloped land that's been cleared. And off, I don't know, a few hundred yards in the background, you see these huge white apartment buildings. And that exists now as a mixed-use development because a developer stood up there and promised those people, promised those council members, this is what's going to happen. We're going to build this beautiful mixed-use development with retail and all this kind of stuff, and it'll have apartments. We've got to have the apartments to make it work. But somehow, somewhere along the way, somebody in Roswell failed to make the apartments contingent upon it, upon the rest of it getting built. And so it sits with nothing but apartments. And that's why I'm so sensitive to all the components and what's required. And I've heard comments from other council members. The one thing we can be sure of if we support this nomination or this application is that the apartments will be built because they're the only thing that are generating real revenue on that property. And so we get that. And I don't object to apartments in concept. I know people try to ridicule us for, oh, y'all want balance. Well, yes, we do. We want to have people that are vested in our community, people like you. Because, you know, when I get all these emails, one of the first things I do is check to see what the address was. You know what? 40% of the people that write me about all issues, not just zoning issues, don't live in the city of Alpharetta and don't know it because they got a mailing address that says Alpharetta. So I have a habit. I want to know where you live. Doesn't mean I disregard you if you don't live in Alpharetta. But the thing I noticed was the people that are in this room, at least the addresses I could find and the ones that I recognized, are homeowners in our community, because it's homeowners that are invested in our community. And you can diminish it by calling them transients or whatever you say, is that what makes Alpharetta special is that people care about this place. If you're moving in, signing a year lease, and you're planning to cycle out in 2 years because your job's going to be promoted somewhere else or something like that, it's different. And we don't have a lot of control of that as elected officials. We don't get to decide a lot of that. But the things we get to decide are like this. What's our housing mix going to be? And I remember the very first time I met with Trademark and was very impressed by their credentials and a lot of their energy and professionalism and ideas. And I remember the quote that I said to them is, we've had tremendous success in Alpharetta with mixed-use environments. We know what we're doing. We understand the realities of the economics. And there are some developers that get that, and there's some that don't. And the ones that are willing to partner with us, we can make hugely successful. But sometimes people just don't get what we're trying to do here and don't buy into the program. And I don't want to belabor the point. There's a couple of things I want to say. So, first of all, my faith in Trademark was diminished a lot when they brought us one of the early plans, and I remember having that discussion of, it wasn't just the number of apartments, it's the lack of owner-occupied. And what I told them, I said, look, if you've got that many apartments and only, at that point it wasn't even 100, it was maybe 30, 33 or something like that, townhomes on an 80-acre parcel with 875 apartments, and they were going to put a token little effort of townhomes. I was like, that's not a neighborhood. That's an apartment complex with retail in it and some townhomes next to it. And I didn't get a real great response from their development team at that point. And so the next time they brought us a proposal, it really hadn't dramatically changed. Not that the apartments hadn't gone down, not only that, but they hadn't really increased substantially the owner-occupied part. And I said, that's not a neighborhood. That's an apartment complex with some townhomes at it. But when they brought it forward to the public the next iteration, they named it neighborhood. You can look on the plan. It's called neighborhood now. But they really didn't do anything that I'd asked them to do to change what the mix of that development was. One other point I'll make, and then we'll wrap this up one way or the other. So everybody talks about this as being our top priority. It is. This is our top economic development priority, and it didn't start today. It didn't start 5 years ago. The night we approved Avalon, our council had that discussion of what are we going to do about North Point, because there's no way we could approve Avalon and not contemplate the impact it was going to have on this development and this corridor. And I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. Most of Alpharetta was built, our economy, our amenities was built on a population twice our nighttime population, because we have over 20 million square feet of Class A office space that pre-COVID used to bring an extra 65,000 people a day into our community. Well, if you haven't looked around, those 65,000 people aren't coming into those 20 million square feet of office like they used to. And so We talked about the mixed-use developments that are already coming up without this high density of apartments. Continuum on Windward, both Windward Park on the other side of Windward. What I see and what I've shared publicly, it's not a secret, but y'all probably haven't heard it because I haven't been out there running a public relations campaign for the last 60 days. We respect this process. Every part of Alpharetta is going to need redevelopment. Windward needs it. We need it because, one, people want to live in a walkable environment now. So neighborhoods like Windward that never would have touched mixed-use development 20 years ago crave it now. Most of them are having to drive to Halcyon because there's not one close enough to them. And so they're going to Forsyth County rather than staying in Alpharetta. And what I believe this community is going to have to do is to rejuvenate all these office complexes that are built about the same time frame as North Point Mall. We're going to have to incorporate more neighborhood-style mixed-use development. And so we have to be very intentional about how we apply the steroids of development. That's what I call apartments. Everybody needs it. That's the only way they can justify the economics. And so I have to look at, okay, what we do here, how does that impact Brookside Parkway on Old Milton, where we've got millions of square feet of office space, we've got no apartments, and we've got the highest unoccupied office space parks in our city. How do we do the same all along North Point? All along North Point. Now, are we going to put huge mixed-use developments on bookends? We've got Avalon, we've got North Point Mall, and just not take any thought for how we still leave enough viability on those, because you can only have so much restaurants and retail. There's a density that you can't exceed with 65,000 people here. And so that's what I'm taking into consideration tonight, all of those factors. And the fact that I really don't feel like we had a team that understood what we're trying to do here in Alpharetta. I do believe the mall is going to get redeveloped, and the city of Alpharetta is going to continue the redevelopment of that corridor. It's still our top priority. But I believe in the long run, it's better to get it right than get it done tonight. And that's where I am. That being said.
Mr. Mayor, may I have a clarification on the motion, if possible?
Sure. From the person who made the motion.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Will, I think you mentioned in your motion, let me scroll back up one moment, please. To approve as written, and I just wanted to clarify, did you want the planning commission with staff changes with the red lines?
Yes, and I think I further said that
650
staff would
to
have the
8.
ability to adjust square footage, percentages, all the things to accommodate.
Wonderful. And then with that being said, Councilmember Mitchell, you offered a friendly amendment for a new condition number 36 regarding the signs. That would actually be condition number 37, is that correct? If we're accepting the staff?
Correct.
Okay, wonderful. Just wanted to clarify before the vote. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is everyone clear on the motion to approve with 875 and the conditions as just outlined? That being said, all those in favor of the motion, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And the application fails. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting.
Mayor, so the motion failed, but I think for the application to be disposed of, we'd need another motion.
The attorney, if you say we have to vote again, so be it. But if it doesn't pass, I consider that a fail.
Can Can you explain that, Ms. Eswine?
Okay, well, sorry, good. I guess we're both new here.
Yeah, that was, and maybe that's just the way I've always done it in other places, and I didn't know that we didn't need to do that here, that if a motion is offered that doesn't pass, then a substitute motion is offered until something passes. And so the something in this case that would pass would most likely be somebody introducing a motion to deny, and that would actually dispose of the item as opposed to just leaving an item that didn't pass.
That's what.
Pardon?
Sorry, as Mr. Lagerbloom described, that's what I'm accustomed to as well. I think it provides a slightly more clear record.
I'll call for another motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd offer a motion to deny.
Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel, a second by Councilman Dorito.
Hold on, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment. Friendly amendment to deny but allow submission after only 6 months per UDC section 4.2.1C. Sure.
We have an acceptance by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel. Councilman Dorito?
Yes, Mayor. I agree.
That's typically what we would say without prejudice, so they can come back in 6 months.
I understand, and I don't object.
It's new terminology that we've never used before. It's always been without prejudice, so.
It's what happens when you change attorneys.
I like
Everything
it.
gets shuffled on you. But we do appreciate the clarification. So we do have the motion to deny the application without prejudice, with the friendly amendment as outlined. Any discussion? All those in favor of this motion, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. It does pass unanimously. Hearing portion is over. Thank you. For reports, I just want to mention that we have successfully reached an agreement amongst the cities and Fulton County over the local option sales tax distributions that have been going on for about 7 months now. I've spent about 20% of my time over the last 7 months negotiating on how those sales tax revenues will be divided amongst the county and the city. I want to thank Commissioner Liz Hausman for her efforts to bring that to fruition. The Fulton County Commission did agree to a distribution that basically doubles their sales tax revenue over the next 10 years. Not necessarily what we all would have wanted, but in general, it's something we can all live with. Just this weekend, all the 15 cities were able to come to an agreement on how the remaining funds would be distributed amongst ourselves. So I expect we'll have detailed information very shortly for you. I don't want to say anything specific about the numbers until we actually get it in writing. I don't want to spike the ball before we cross the goal line. But I'm very proud of all my fellow mayors in the cities, the way we work together. And regardless of demographics and geographics and everything else, there's a lot of different diversity in Fulton County from one end to the other of 87 miles. And yet we all stood and worked together because we knew that if we can work together, it's better for all of us. And so I'm glad that's over with. I'm as relieved as I am happy.
And I'd like to jump in and thank you, Mr. Mayor, on behalf of everybody I've talked with. You were leading up the negotiating team on behalf of the cities and certainly Alpharetta. And given where Fulton County started, you deserve a lot of credit for your efforts on that. And you did good by Alpharetta. So I just wanted to chime in with that.
Thank you. It was an incredible honor to be able to represent North Fulton in those negotiations, knowing how critical they were to all of us. Councilman Dorito.
Hey, I also would like to thank you and compliment you for your hard efforts on behalf of the city. Excellent job. And I know you can't share the result yet until it's in writing, but I think we can say is that, from my understanding, is that the growth trajectory of Fulton County over the next 10 years will result in an increase to revenues to Alpharetta, despite the increase in the percentage to Fulton County. So I think it's important that our residents know that.
That is correct, based on the projections of the revenue streams.
Awesome job, Mayor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other reports?
Mr. Mayor, if I could continue with that thought process just for a second, because we do need to talk about what's next for Lost, if you're okay with me addressing that.
Please do.
You did a great job addressing
the
negotiation aspect of it. We do have a preliminary resolution in hand from our attorney, as well as an exhibit that's marked as Exhibit A, that is the schedule of percentages that was brought to some resolution over the weekend. We'll be working with the clerk and the city attorney to ready that for an agenda. But as you know, in order for us to be able to sign the certificate, we have to adopt this resolution. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is 2 weeks from tonight, and I think after our discussion earlier today, that might be too far into the future to want to hold that resolution off. That maybe a quick discussion tonight as to whether or not this council would find 5 to 10 minutes to get together at some point this week to just adopt this resolution so we can officially know that we're done with the Lost process, I think would be a wise thing to consider.
Is that fine? I mean, Chris and I had a conversation earlier today where he thought that we might be able to put it on the agenda for tonight, but that was like 2 hours before the meeting, and I just wasn't comfortable, even though it is urgent to get this resolved. So if we can at least have a majority that can get together this week at some point, we'll figure out what time, but as long as everyone's fine with that.
You all eat lunch.
Right.
Not taking away time from the office.
Okay. Thank you. Now, yes, ma'am.
May I offer one more report?
You may.
Tomorrow is Election Day. It's the day to vote, 7 to 7. If you're unsure of where your polling location might be, you can visit our website. You can also Google My Voter Page, Georgia, and you can find your polling location there. Or if all else fails, you can call the city clerk's office and we'll tell you where to go. And that is all I have.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have the option of adjourning into executive session.
Or you also have the option, if we're going to call a special call earlier in the day this week, if it's this week, it wouldn't be too far in the future. If you did an executive session with that special called meeting, that would be fine as well.
Would your preference be to adjourn?
Yes. Yes.
I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
So moved, excitedly.
We have Councilman Binder. Do we have a second? We have a second by Councilman Dorito. All those in favor of adjourning, please vote yes. Donald, do you want to vote on that? Donald? Councilman Mitchell? There we go. It's unanimous. We're adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.